Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 3 of Survivor Rankdown podcast's Survivor Retrospectives. I'm your host, Mike Ramp72 from Survivor Rankdown 6. And listen, we had all three of you guys here on for the Borneo podcast, so why don't you just quickly reintroduce yourselves?
Hello, I'm Funky. Oh, yeah, ABC order, so I'll go first. Hey, I'm Funky. This is Funky from Survivor Rankdown 9. I'm happy to be here at JC Penney's, hanging out at the mall with y'all guys, and not in Africa.
I'm Kyle, and I didn't come up with a joke, I guess. Nothing came to mind. I was trying to think about it. I was like, it's dead air. I have to say something. There's just nothing.
Hello. I am Nope. I am also in Survivor Rankdown 9, aka the longest Rankdown ever made. And Lex Vandenberg is my number one of all time for character reasons and for representing me. We don't need...
That's sweet. Lex is a base number one. I'm excited to dig in on these characters.
We'll cross that bridge in about 7 hours.
The paranoia is very relatable, I fear.
Yeah,
you've also had to shit 12 to 13 times before we did this podcast, right?
Oh yeah.
I do want to apologize quickly for the month and a half long waiting period since the Outback episode, because I am now not unemployed. Woohoo!
Yeah, and I was out filming Survivor 51, so that's why I was gone.
Yeah, and I was watching Big Brother, so that was all of my time.
And I was secretly on the island of Survivor 51, so I have all the spoilers.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Kimbo Slice comes back to life and still idles out Boston Rob or whatever it is. Yeah.
I believe it.
All right. I agree.
All right. We ready to
go
go?
To Africa.
All right.
Africa.
Just some general thoughts on this season. Oh, and also it is only 4 of us today because Caleb was supposed to be on this. He could not join us tonight, though. And we had to get this done because it's been way too long.
Yeah.
For sure.
Jeff's mad that Jesse got voted out in episode 2 and he refused to watch the rest of the season.
Yeah, this is opposite.
Well, yeah, no. I think we should probably start at the point in which the time where Africa came out, because coming off of Australia, which is obviously the biggest season on a popularity perspective across the world, it was like the number one ratings show of the whole year. I think it was up there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
huge was the Outback
Super Bowl. I want to say their biggest episode.
Yeah, after the Super Bowl, that was the premiered after the Super Bowl, and so they went. And what was interesting about this is I was talking the last podcast the move to primetime, because first Survivor summer show, second Survivor primetime show in the spring. And now we have a primetime show in the fall, and that was a pretty big deal. That they're going to produce 2 Survivors a year, because people didn't know if it was just going to be a once a year thing. But no, Mark Burnett and co ramped the fuck this up. Like, I can't imagine how stressful it must have been to do 2 Survivors in a year. Between the casting, the production design, all the scouting locations, getting all these sponsorships, these government contracts. Like, here in Africa, they're in Kenya on a wildlife. I think it's like the Sheila Wildlife Nature Preserve or something like that. I forget the exact.
The hardest survival season. Like, I mean, if you've seen it, you remember like lions are coming to their camp. The water is disgusting. There's no food really. It's just like mush.
Oh yeah. They had to have 2 people up on fire watch all night. That was a requirement.
They also had to have people up in sniper towers in case a lion got into their camp. and tried to like kill somebody.
There's a funny story with that. Is I've heard this from a couple castaways where they were given the basics of shelter and the basics of the Boma wall, which the Boma is what they would use to isolate themselves with all these thorns and shit like that, so lions couldn't come in. And I think the night they saw the lion, their Boma was not built up really well, and Mark Burnett woke up the next morning and like cussed the fuck out of all the castaways and said, you know what? I don't care if one of y'all die, but if any of my cameramen, if any of my crew die, there will be hell to pay. Y'all die if y'all want to, but you do not let these people die.
Yeah, we'll let a cast member die. It's for good ratings.
Sometimes I think for total drama, Chris McLean was more so based off of Mark Burnett than Probst.
Yeah. And then as the show goes on, Probst becomes more and more like McLean, that it's not even a parody anymore.
Yeah.
One thing that of course is like the big thing that surrounded this season beforehand is that they say
Pentagon.
Oh yeah, they end the filming of this season there on August 18th, and then the show airs on October 11th. Obviously, nothing big happened in the middle of those two things in between there. No way.
That's what the big thing that happened between those two events.
Yeah, Big Brother 2.
Yeah, Big Brother. Sorry. Yeah, Big Brother 2 was definitely the biggest thing to happen in September 2001, guys.
Listen, Dr. Will's a big deal.
Yeah. Interesting enough, like Survivor, I think was supposed to premiere. I forget if it was that week or the week after, but it got pushed back a few weeks because of the attacks on 9/11, and that's why the finale I think is January of 2002. Because because it got just pushed back. Like a lot of programming and a lot of stuff really got pushed back, and of course, what was really interesting is this kind of pushback on reality television at the time, and Survivor especially, because the word Survivor took on a bigger meaning to a lot of people because there were actual survivors of these terrorist attacks, and what it meant to survive, which is really interesting because it's something the castaways, they didn't film this with the knowledge of 9/11, of course, because it was filmed before it happened. Next season was the one that was filmed with the knowledge of 9/11. But there's a great scene in Africa where Lex is talking about the word survivor. But it's in relation to when he goes to the AIDS hospital and he sees all these people that have AIDS and people that have survived through this, and he's talking about what the word survivor means, and crazy to say that became a national conversation in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember you mentioned Big Brother 2. But I remember Big Brother 2 at the, I guess spoilers, but at the final jury vote, one of the jurors, Kent, talks about how, 9/11, and I think 9/11 was, a week before the season ended or something. Mm-hmm. It was, the final three. It was very, very late into it. So it had just happened, and one of the final jurors was like, listen, I think I've experienced things, and all of us have experienced something very recently that's, I don't care about this. I feel like this reality TV is a waste of time, and a lot of people should be paying attention to more real issues. And I think that is a popular sentiment at the time that Survivor Africa was airing.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I think entertainment.
It was a very popular take then,
and entertainment in general.
It's a big part of the gradual falling out of the super mainstream that Survivor had over the next I don't know. I think there was a spike for All Stars. Yeah, no, because it goes up. I think it's bigger now than it has been for a while.
Yeah.
This is the first time where it feels like the momentum and the Survivor mania takes a pause. It definitely slows down.
But that's not because it's that season.
Just the circumstances of where the country was at the time, and like you were saying, plenty of people for a while there really just did not embrace entertainment. They were trying to process this tragedy and this trauma. It reminds me of the famous, when SNL came back or whatever, and they had Lorne Michaels and Mayor Giuliani and all that, and Lorne Michaels asks, "Can we be funny again?" Because that was the thing. A lot of people weren't laughing at the time, especially show that took place in New York. Lorne Michaels asked Giuliani, "Are we allowed to be funny again?" And Mayor Giuliani was just like, "Well, I guess you can finally start being funny, or why start now?" Or he says something like that. But I remember that was just such a huge moment, and I guess really just reflects the attitude Americans had on entertainment at that time. And for the next year or two, it eventually gets better, of course, but that's still kind of always in the back of people's minds. And in all these award ceremonies and telethons and this and that, there's always these little tributes, and you'll hear a lot of Super Bowl, U2's halftime show.
They had an Irish guy yell, "I love America."
Friggin' Bono yelling out about how much he loves America. Yeah, okay then, buddy.
Oh, Bono.
Yeah.
What a Super Bowl that was.
Great show, honestly. It really hit at the time, but we can always get a good laugh about it.
What a way to begin the TB12 reign.
They could have very easily had I know Springsteen did it later, and it was great, but that would have been a slam dunk time to have him do it.
Yeah, I wonder if I assume U2 was already locked in.
Yeah,
but U2 does a good job. U2 did a really good job. I put that in the top 10 Super Bowl halftime performances.
But yeah, no. Obviously 9/11 is gonna hinder the people's opinion on this season a lot, but in another way it's going to make a big effect on the season is before this had really happened, Mark Burnett really wanted to take every season up another notch on the extreme level for the contestants and what they're experiencing. So, they go from Borneo to Australia, and there's floods and really hot temperatures and whatnot, and then they go to Africa and Kenya, where it's there's barely any water at all. There's lions around. Thankfully, nobody died there, but then of course, when we talk about Marquesas, we're obviously going to have to talk a lot about the fact that they was supposed to originally be in Jordan, and the fact that somebody would have probably died if that happened. But
rest in peace, Pascal.
Yeah, I was gonna say there is no way Pascal survived Survivor Jordan.
Barely survived.
But then, of course, with 9/11 happening, they couldn't go to a place like they couldn't go to a place like Jordan anyway, because Jordan was in the Muslim territories and whatnot, and second is the obvious, people are going to die there.
Yeah. Oh, and we'll get into that, but that's a really good point. Burnett was trying to scale up these seasons in his mad dash to just have the craziest suffering ever, because we'll get into this as one of the characters on this season, but one of these characters directly reflects history's greatest sufferer, Jesus Christ.
I thought you were going to say the Republican.
Oh yeah. True.
Oh yeah, so true, guys.
Yeah, but there's so many just great shots, and especially of Ethan, that I think were included on purpose, of just his journey and him being lethargic and having to suffer and bear through the elements.
Yeah,
but
we honestly don't have time to get into because it's such an in-depth thing. But if you are curious, you can look up "Follow the Star" for Survivor Africa. It's very detailed description of how the show was editing Ethan to mirror Jesus Christ as a character. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah,
clearly
I'll
intentional.
talk a little bit more about it when we get to Ethan
and Silas, probably, because Silas was supposed to be Satan.
I believe that
we have no evidence for that.
Yeah, and I believe the theory was made by the the same guy who came up with the Tina theory from the previous season.
Yep, the dog that
Yes.
didn't bark.
And then they decided
Yeah.
that it was too much fun to do those, so they stopped.
No. Remember, no. They also have Helen Sin.
Yeah, Helen
Oh,
Sin.
yeah, I always forget about that one because it feels.
It just.
I love Mark
just didn't
Basis. It
work.
feels a little more minor. I don't know.
But
Yeah.
no, this is
All those weird backward
that was a
shots
big.
and all that.
But yeah, that became a very popular theory in the scheme of the Survivor fan base at the time. And I think when I watched this season, I'm kind of like in the middle of how I like see that portrayal in a sense, but I can see it in a way where, because Ethan is definitely shown to be really a great guy throughout the season, especially on that big reward at Final 9, which is one of my favorite moments of the whole show.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, me too.
It's
excellent.
beautiful.
it's so great. And something else I want to say about Survivor Africa, and especially this cast, we made a lot about the casting process of Survivor Australia and Outback. They chose 16 very TV ready people, ready for prime time kind of deal. And, I think that was the correct move to make for the big jump from a summertime show to a primetime show. To me, Survivor Africa always felt a little bit more in line with the Borneo cast in the sense that there's a lot of edges on these people. I don't think all these people were natural, like look at them and you'd be like, okay, this person will be a great person that will talk on TV and this and that. Like Africa, I think this cast has a real edge to it. While Outback's was a little bit, cleaner in a sense, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, for sure. And that's always kind of why I've tended to gravitate towards Africa a lot more, because I like the more rawness of the casts.
Yeah, a lot of the Outback people are very ready to be what they are on the show. But Africa, I think there are exceptions. I think like Big Tom, I would say, is like very TV redneck. And I like Big Tom quite a bit. I think there's much more to him than like the Southern guy, but I think he is very archetypal in some ways. Like,
Yeah, a little bit. Like, you definitely see some of it in Africa before he becomes like, a complete parody of what he is in All Stars. But there is a little bit of signs there in Africa, although he is still decently complex.
Yeah. Like probably our biggest character, our confessional leader, Lex, is someone that, I don't think inherently you would think this guy is going to be a primetime TV star. And, and he comes out of it the kind of the biggest character of the season, not the most beloved character or anything like that, but, Lex,
Yeah, sure.
Frank, a lot of these characters that have more of a grit that you're just like, oh, wow, they really put that guy on television. That guy's on CBS.
It's like full with people. Even like Brandon and Silas are just like,
yeah,
I guess much more
like
unlikable than you'd expect those archetypes to be.
Yeah, Lindsay, jeez.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Lindsay was truly one of the most hated people in America.
If you haven't seen Survivor Africa and you're a big fan of people like Natalie Cole, you would really like Lindsay. You would get a lot out of her.
Yeah, Lindsay is one of my favorite pre-mergers of all time. She spends the entire pre-merge just being such a brat to the older people all the time, and the friendship bracelets, and when she collapses then that one episode, and Linda's like, well, I guess she's not that strong.
Oh man,
she's so great.
Tribe is talk up they just hate each other.
Oh geez, yeah. Well, what's really interesting too is this is I guess we'll talk about this with themes and stuff, but this is the first time we have 8 parents and 8 people that aren't parents. The way this cast is divided also is 8 of them are in their 20s, 7 of them are in their 40s or 50s, and then Lex is like 37. So this is 38, yes. So yeah, this is really interesting in the way that they decided to cast this season. It feels like, I guess, more distinct in their age groups and and stuff.
Yeah, I never noticed
So.
that. There's a really big jump between like Ethan to Lex of 11 years.
Yeah, no one's in
yeah.
that mid-30s. Lex is the closest to it, and Ethan, I think, is like late 20s.
Yeah, 27. This is I think their first experiment with like age divided seasons.
Yeah, and I think
so
some
like,
of that might have been on purpose too, because Richard was 39, Tina was 40, Lex almost wins, and he was 38. We were about to get the meta of being around that age.
I think
yeah, because
I don't know the extent to which they
they-
cast people to win, but I think if they did cast anyone specifically to win, it was Lex Vandenberg.
Yeah.
No, yeah, for sure. And yeah, because we kind of see in Borneo and a little bit in Australia too, but not as much. But Borneo definitely had an age divide there with tribes and stuff. But Africa is really the first big divide between the ages, and you feel this divide hard.
Oh yeah, I mean the age divide on Africa is more relevant than it is on like Panama or Millennials versus Gen X, honestly.
Yeah. Speaking of, you want to move on. Well, theming isn't next, but you want to save like the
Sure, we'll get into
generational
it when we
divide
get to
thing
theming.
for theming. Yeah.
Yeah, we will do that.
Yeah. So, 2001, and Ethan was declared the winner in 2002. So that was always kind of neat that year, because that was like the only year we got 3 Survivor winners, because Ethan, Sepia, and Brian. And yeah, top 3, honestly.
I'd
Top
probably
3
take
winners.
that, Ethan, but V and Brian are really, really high up there.
Oh, geez, yeah. Just ridiculous.
Honestly, the first 10 winners is just all great. I love all of them. Maybe not Amber.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, those first 10 winners, it's crazy just how different these personality types are, and these different archetypes and different ages, and how that really goes along, where it felt like no one had really figured out Survivor in that kind of sense.
Very solved, at least in my eyes. I think you can look at like all the new era seasons, you can kind of scan through the cast and be like, all right, these are the 5 or so people that can actually win the season.
Yeah. And Fiji, perma Fiji stuff too in the 30s, especially when we were on that like all male streak. It was like, okay, one of you 3 are gonna win each this season,
which
and
alpha male is gonna play big and win. who's that?
Yeah, and I think they've done a better job of not having exactly the same kind of archetypes of people, but it's still pretty like okay. Which some of that's probably within how they decide to edit some of these characters and this and that, and I think they feel a stronger need to justify the strategical miracle kind of stuff.
I do think that the Dee, Kenzie, Rachel run is just very like those 3 people are like strong women who are like intelligent, and they're very sociable, and it's just kind of that's just happened, I think, but they do feel very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So on to Africa.
The story.
I mean, it's Lex's season. This is, I think, the first season where it's like very much about one person.
When we get to the merge, it definitely becomes Lex's time. I think you can really divide this into the 2 parts. Pre-merge is mainly about the Samburu age divide between the older people and the Gen X people, which is crazy to think about when they literally make a season of Millennials versus Gen X 30 seasons later, and the Gen X are the older people. But crazy times we live in.
The Boran tribe. Or Samburu, my bad.
Samburu, yeah. But yeah, that's the first part of the season, really exploring that divide and being happy that the older people won. And then you get to the second part of the season with the merge, and then it really becomes about Lex, and mainly about the way he looks at the game and his philosophies on his very unique moral code that is tended to be picked apart a lot by a lot of the fan base, but one thing you can definitely give it is that it's weird because he sticks to it, but at the same time he doesn't. So it makes for a lot of very interesting scenarios of anything that Lex does is really can be seen in like 10 different ways by 10 different people. And you don't get that with many contestants.
Yeah, there's a reason he's such a divisive character.
Yeah,
they do a really good job of letting you make up your mind about Lex, I think. Where, plenty of people think, wow, that is a pretty honorable guy. So other people, I think Kelly says it best when she's like, oh, wow, his philosophies are ultimately just self-serving him. It's like the way he's doing it's supposed to be better, even though like she finds it just as scummy to, go and tell Clarence like a few moments before tribal council that, hey, we're voting you off. Kind of deal. So yeah, it's interesting.
And we also of course one thing that can never be denied is that Lex's gut is always right.
He definitely doesn't lose because he couldn't trust his gut.
Yeah, see all his trials and tribulations on that. And what's really interesting about Africa also is because they were in such a dangerous part. A lot of this season, a lot of the politicking and stuff really just goes down in their camp. Instead of there was really nowhere to hide. I've heard the castaways say it almost felt kind of like prison. And on some of these other seasons, you could take someone aside and have a big conversation that's is genuinely far away from other people. Here in Africa, people didn't want to venture outside without a big group of people. Every time they go on a out of the Burma or whatever, it's usually in a big group of people. But this time, they're really all in this one small space. We have multiple scenes of people overhearing strategy conversations between one another.
Very interesting. It's almost like Big Brother, where everyone just has to whisper all the time, or else you're going to get overheard.
Yeah. So I think it really allows Lex's strategies to kind of blossom, and
also allows his paranoia to blossom because he can see people whispering and doesn't know what they're saying.
Yes. And something I always found really interesting about Lex is the way he would talk to someone right before, those tribal councils, like in his ethical line, like, he goes up to Clarence or whoever, and he's like, we decided you're the one going home tonight. I love you, but we're doing it. And like almost in a way where, he makes it seem like this was a big group decision and everyone is on board. And
yeah, he does.
It kind of deflates the person. Yeah. He believes that's a part of this honorable thing, and that's how you treat a man, is to be upfront and honest with him. But in a sense, it's like, wow, he's saying this to serve his purpose. First of all, make himself look like a better guy, and second of all, to kind of get that person to concede and be like, oh wow, well, I guess there really is nothing I can do. I guess if the whole group decided I'm the one to go, how am I going to convince everyone else to flip?
Yeah,
it's the best way in to really describe the difference between how something that can be a good asset for you in real life can be such a terrible asset on Survivor.
Yeah. I feel like really the centerpiece of the entire season is Lex's witch hunt.
Yeah, the Kelly episode.
the iconic witch hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that he did not get correct.
Nope.
That he did not. That he did not correct, and he didn't even once suspect Teresa the entire time until she told him.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's great. I love this.
It was me.
In this. Yeah, in this post-merge, you see so much of between the Samburu men, but Ethan's in it a bit, but you see so much of Lex and Tom, who are very tight allies that aren't going to break their word to each other, but they're trying to slightly position themselves over one another to ultimately be the one that takes home the prize. It just, I find it so interesting. And Tom's the one that really gets, I think, caught the most doing it. You know, by the end, that's the big reason that Mama Kim and Ethan and decide to vote off Tom at Final Four is because they're like, Tom's the one that's been more active in trying to pit people against each other. But you see, you know, Tom go bond with Frank. You see Lex go bond with Brandon. And, you know, Tom's almost trying to set up a little like side alliance. All right. You know, he's like, you know, if Lex goes, that's fine. But just, I can't be a part of why Lex goes. You know, they're all trying to stretch their morals to fit in this twisted game and one up one another.
And it also lands into one of the most hilarious rounds ever, where Brandon is going to go, but Lex is like, I can't vote out Brandon. I gave my word to him. I can't do that. I have to vote Frank. And they just let him do this, and they're all like, this is why we have to get rid of him, because Lex is trying to set up this whole side thing with Brandon because he you know, got him to flip, and because they got him to flip, Big Tom and Ethan are starting to distrust him, and kind of goes off the haywire a little bit. Whereas nowadays, if somebody would do that, it probably would be the person that's trying to set it up being the one going home.
Yeah, if the Lex did that these days, he just gets voted out for sure.
Yeah.
There's so many great, you know, nature edits and animal cuts and stuff like that in this. But we get this in that episode. We get Tom saying, "How did Lex and Brandon get so tight?" And it cuts to this bamboon with a baby bamboon hanging off of it. I noticed on this last rewatch, I was like, "Damn, bro, that's a pretty sick edit in comparison."
Find such good like nature shots for stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. It's very artful and purposeful, like where they put in these little like tornadoes, sandstorms, or what animals they cut to, or what the animals are doing.
Oh yeah, like, just showing all those twisters during the twist is very, very intentional.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we're good to move
like
on
when
if you want to get to the themes of the season.
Let me talk one last animal thing real quick now that we're on it, so I don't forget it. You know, they do the twist, and you have Big Tom, and he's saying that he wanted to turn around and bolt when the tribe swat happened, and the transitioning animal shot they use afterwards is of a gazelle taking a shit.
That's awesome.
That's just perfect. Yeah,
that's so Tom too.
I guess speaking of animals, again, one of the biggest themes for me. I mean, we say the main character of Africa is Lex. Really, the main character of Africa is Africa.
Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, the whole season is like. We said the same shit about Outback too.
Yeah, but it's like even more so here.
I mean, a lot of the older seasons, the 17th cast member is just like where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I feel like it's
so
the most with this season specifically because like they talk a lot about, you know, you have to, you know, this is some serious shit. We have to respect the land. It's like every time they encounter a dangerous animal, they're like, holy shit, like, you know, we are borrowing Africa's, you know, space and time, and we have to respect that before it eats us up. Which, again, I also think ties into what makes Lex's ending work so well.
Do you realize where y'all are? This is where it all started, in Africa. Linda is one of the best casting choices ever, especially in a season like this, because she has this deep reverence for Africa.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, you know, being a black woman, and then she's, if I remember correctly, she had been to Africa a couple times already doing volunteer work. So she has this deep respect, and something that I think is a underrated, phenomenal contribution to the show. You know, Outback had a lot of stuff about Australia, and you know, we learned culture, and we learned about the Aboriginals and stuff, but we didn't really get to see the people of the land. In Africa, right off the bat, episode 1, they drive through this village. We we get to see that guy with the machine gun saying down, down, down. It's like goodbye. They get to go to the village. We get to see 2 tribesmen come out and get the blood from the cow. We get to see the village trip that Ethan and Lex end up going on. And then, of course, something I love in these early seasons is that day 38 always feels like they always have some kind of big spiritual, get it all out. You're about to compete in the final immunity challenge. So they always make it a big grandiose thing. And what they do in this season is they have a ceremony with the Samburu tribesmen. That is one of my favorite scenes in all of Survivor, where they make Ethan, Lex, and Kim kneel, and they put some mud on their face, give them some necklaces, and make them dance with them. And Lex and Ethan in particular are like super duper into it, and they seem really like lost in the moment. And it's just so beautiful. And I'm so glad that Africa, and we'll see it in future seasons, but Africa's really where it starts, where they're like, you know what, let's try to get some of these people that live in this area on the camera. And cool shit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very I don't know, it's the first time that I feel like they really explore the culture of the place they're at, because Borneo, I think, and I love Borneo, but Borneo feels like an island setting rather than like Borneo.
Yeah.
And I think that the outback, it's like, oh, they're in the forest, but Africa, it's like they're in Kenya, and this is like the culture in Kenya, and these are the Kenyan tribes people, and these are the animals, and it's like very, the whole thing.
Yeah, it connects very, very well together. Yeah, and then of course, theming wise, we were talking about these the generational gap that defines so much of these early episodes.
Yeah.
Don't know what all else we got to say about that. And then, of course, just the agony and the suffering and the hunger, which is a pretty big theme, especially with one of my favorite castaways, Clarence. That we'll see how hunger will affect all these castaways, and especially physically. Like, Big Tom, I think, still holds the record, right, for most weight lost in a season.
Yeah, I mean, he drops like 80 pounds, right?
Yeah, I just watched the finale, and I was looking at Tom's stomach, like, and I was just like, "Damn, why the fuck does his stomach look so good right now?" And you go back to episode 1, and you're just like, "Damn, this guy was big."
Yeah. Oh, Big Tom.
Well, they called him Big Tom. Yeah,
I feel like Ted's got to be up there. You don't notice it when he has the beard, but when he shows up to the jury shaved, it's like a new person. It's crazy.
Oh, and they give him the mirror in Chewy-Gon, and he says he doesn't even recognize who he is anymore.
It's the greatest sentence ever spoken on the show.
I mean, that's a pretty poignant scene for, more reasons than just the elements.
Yeah,
the fact that such a, bad guy, I guess, is the one who says, like, I don't even recognize myself in the mirror anymore. It's very, it feels very intentional that they showed that specific thing.
Oh, yeah. What this fucking dire situation has degraded him into is, oh.
But we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah.
When we get to,
speaking of getting
to it feels like this entire podcast is just hyping up when we finally get to Thailand.
A little bit, but no, I love talk about Africa.
I love Africa. Though.
Yeah.
There's a lot here.
I love Thailand. I love Marquesas, Africa. I'm excited for these upcoming ones.
Absolutely.
One other thing that I wanted to kind of bring up in this and all this health is we see all the dehydration. We see so many people get sick in this season. Diane, Jesse, Lindsay has their moments. Lex has his big ones where he ultimately, that's what gets him to lose at the end. which I think is phenomenal. They set it up so well. Lex in episode 1 is talking about, yeah, if you don't boil your water, you get this thing called amoebic dysentery, and you'll just be crapping and puking your guts out. And then come day 38, when Jeff Probst wakes them up, Lex is like, dude, I've already been up this whole night. I've diarrhea 12 to 13 times already.
Damn.
And Jeff is like, oh, dude, are you going to be like alive to do this final beauty challenge? Well, I guess you got to be. And it just really comes full circle.
Apparently, from all the damage to his body that Africa did, Lex didn't. By the time Lex fully recovered from everything, he was on the plane to go do All Stars.
Damn.
And emotionally, I don't think he's recovered from All Stars yet.
Huh?
I said emotionally, I don't think he's recovered from All Stars yet.
I think by now. By now.
I was being sarcastic.
Oh. So I was like, he's fine with Rob now or whatever it is.
Is he?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, I don't think they talk, but I listened to that RHAPA that Lex and Teresa did together, and they talk a lot because apparently Teresa kind of mediated between Boston Rob and Lex, and they kind of reached an even deeper respect for one another as adults. So I'm like, okay, that's sweet.
Yeah. They are things seem fine, so
yeah.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah. But Survivor Africa is a not easy season on the body at all.
Yeah. Oh geez. Yeah, and that reminds me of this other point where it's almost like, we're talking kind of biblical in a sense. Of course, Ethan, but I love Big Tom in this. He gets the boils, and they call it his horns, and I'm like, damn, this man's looking almost demonic. The imagery of it all, I think, was very intentional because they kind of show Tom's fall from, especially as a goat farmer too, which how that all relates to Satan and all that. Maybe this is me reading into stuff so much, but Mark Burnett is a very, very spiritual Christian person. If you've seen any of his other works and stuff, he is a hardcore Christian. So I see a lot of when I watch a lot of his work, a lot of these allegories and themes, I do believe are pretty intentional, even if it is kind of a stretch to call a boil something. But you read the Bible and shit, they're always talking about leprosy and
I mean, the whole follow the star thing, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's definitely all there when you watch it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some good stuff. Anyone else have any theme related stuff?
Not really.
All right. Let's jump to this next one.
Secrets, lore, and conspiracies.
Ooh. All right. So,
well, there's a big one.
Do you want to go ahead and start us off with a big one?
At the final four vote.
At the final four immunity challenge.
Fallen comrades.
Fallen comrades. The question is, which woman on the cast does not have any piercings? Kim says, I want to say Kelly Goldsmith, which is correct. And Lex says Lindsay, which is deemed incorrect by the production team, but was actually also a correct answer. And because of this, Kim wins the final four immunity, doesn't get voted out there, wins the final three immunity, votes out Lex, and they had to, I don't think it ever went to court, but I know that they were both paid second place money, Lex and Big Tom, for this this production mistake that cost, I mean, you could argue cost either of them the win, because I don't think it's impossible for them end up winning that season.
Neither of them get voted out if Kim doesn't win. Kim even says she has to win these next two immunities if she wants to get the final two. And she does it. But, she was playing for fourth place for the most part.
Yeah.
And she knew it. everyone knew it. So I think that was the thing where it's like, well, even though Lex was the one that tied, ultimately they could have very well cost Big Tom the game also.
Yeah.
And which is interesting because even if production would have realized their mistake and would have counted Lindsay as correct too, there's a very real chance the tiebreaker between Lex and Kim breaks Kim's away also, and we would have just got the same season. But maybe we wouldn't have.
Could have been very different.
Yeah, like I know some people are like production screwed Lex, and I think they did. I just don't think it's a necessarily like Lex had it in the bag. Lex still had to beat Kim in this challenge that Kim did really well at. So, which is possible.
And if it is Lex, Tom, Ethan at that final immunity challenge, who's to say how that winds up?
Oh yeah, I think that would be very, very interesting. Like I very much like our ending to Africa, and we'll definitely talk about it once we get to Kim. But I very think it would have been really cool to see how that final threesome would have had to navigate that final vote, especially because all season long Lex and Tom are kind of trying to slyly levy for positioning the whole time, and Ethan kind of ends up winning the season just I don't want to say by default, but just by being I guess the I guess to spoil it. Yeah, well, Kim ends up choosing Ethan over Lex at the very end, and she says it's because Ethan was more humble. He didn't feel like he deserved it, and he ultimately played a more honest game. Even though Lex played very honestly, he played very self-servingly, where Kim was more touched by the fact she thought Ethan wasn't playing with that in his heart. Of course, Ethan is still very much a competitor.
Yeah.
But the way he went about it didn't, I guess, project this image of him willing to do whatever it took to win.
Yeah.
And that I think that was a really interesting final decision that, kind of touching in a way, and I think works well for a character that is, going to be our first real fan favorite winner. Like our first young winner too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it 100% confirmed that the Lex and Tom like along with Lex and Tom getting second place money, I know it's a rumor, but I don't know if it's true that they were guaranteed spots on All Stars.
I've heard this, and in my mind, it's like, are you really doing All Stars without Lex and Big Tom? Like,
I've always heard it too, but yeah, I'm on the same point of mind where I'm like, maybe that was just to shut them up more, but like Mark Burnett knew that if he was doing All Stars, that Lex had to be there. Big Tom, maybe not, but like I assume Big Tom is someone that, especially right after the season ends, that Mark Burnett's like, oh yeah, if I do an All Stars, I have to have Lex and Big Tom anyways, so might as well make that part of the bargain.
Yeah. By 8, I don't know if like going into All Stars, let's say it's that exact cast, but you have like Jervis instead of Rupert. I maybe cut Tom for Rupert there.
Yeah, I agree. I think kind of the shimmer kind of goes off. I think Lex was too big of a character not to have on that first All Stars.
Lex was on All Stars like no matter what.
Yeah, I think Tom was probably in that like 8th spot, but like still, that probably helped him lock in a position, lock in a casting spot.
Or you just cut a Boston Rob, but
well,
but I like him, so no.
And we'll talk about that a lot in the All Stars podcast and go into why certain people were cast. But another big one is the twist, the tribe swap, which many people at the time thought that was like the most unfair shit in the world. But then there was also many people at the time that thought it was the most unfair shit in the world, but it was awesome because Silas and Lindsay go.
Yeah,
I mean, like I do think Survivor Team introduced it at a time where they knew that most of the audience would be totally fucking okay with it, you know?
Yeah. The thing with the swap is the episode before, like the tribal council before that, Jeff is literally like so unsubtly hinting at it.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, you guys think you know this game, but you really don't. You'll see what that means tomorrow, by the way." And then at the end of the episode, it's like, "See what they're gonna do next week." So like, you know, going into the season, it's not like, oh, they came up with this idea to rig it for blah 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 blah. Like, no, they probably had the swap planned for like months before they put everyone in the truck.
They did plan on doing a swap on Outback, and then they changed their mind because it was the dynamics were getting too good. It was like right after Tina flipped and voted out Mitchell.
Yes, Tina's talked about that, like even at the time. So like I don't necessarily believe it was like something destined to happen, but like I think that was a tool that they had in their mind. Like, okay, if we don't like how this is rolling out, we could always swap the tribes and see what happens. And
yeah,
like I feel like eventually they were going to introduce something like that, and they were just kind of waiting for the perfect moment, you know?
Yeah,
kind of like other twists that come in the future where it's like, yeah, I think they've thought about the Final Four fire making challenge or the Final Three Final Tribal Council, and just this opportunity presented itself to have it, so they pulled the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the swaps on Survivor, the thing, like, they can very much derail the plot of a season, especially if they are just like pre-planned. The swap on Africa is like absolutely perfect for the season's plot.
Yeah, I think they should play it by ear, like just decide if it's gonna work.
It's like you have to have the downfall of the Mallrats there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially because, you know,
America's least favorite alliance right there. They have to lose.
Like, and I love that it happens like as soon as Linda goes. It's just instantly like, oh, okay. You know, Silas immediately gets fucked, and then Lindsay gets fucked after that.
Yeah, we get the beautiful scene.
Not even Kim and Brandon. It's specifically Silas and then Lindsay.
Yeah, it's the two people you want it to happen to. Mm-hmm. It happens to. It's glorious.
Does Africa have a perfect boot order? It might.
Only thing is Jesse's so down. Should be a great character, and she just gets sick. But I guess a sick Jesse,
I could trade
get out.
Jesse for like Kim, but Powers.
Yeah. The boot order in Africa is really, really good.
It's just hard. Like, I like everyone so much. I'm like, oh, I wish Clarence went farther. I'm like, yeah, but over who? I love everyone else in the final 9.
Yeah, and it's crazy that Clarence can even get to the fucking merge. Honestly, we'll talk about that once we get to Clarence. Yeah. But speaking of conspiracy theory, as I know, Clarence has claimed before that he only ate the one cherry, which and there was editing that made it look like he had a second one, which
he has.
I don't know. Maybe I'll look at the scene closer sometime, because I know we have Ethan that narrates it or whatever, because he has a confessional where he suspects Clarence takes 2 cherries, and maybe they just were like, oh, well, we'll make it look like he took 2 because it fits so well with his storyline of him always being fucking hungry and doing stupid shit because he is hungry.
Yeah.
Which, you know, ultimately why he loses, because he puts his hand down to after rock, paper, scissors to get some food. Trying to think of some other lore and conspiracies. I know that Brandon. What's it?
No, I was gonna make an offhanded joke about like the whole fucking Big Tom Johnny Fairplay 2 phone cameras and a hooker conspiracy, whatever that was.
I have not heard about this.
I think Big Tom and Johnny Fairplay just like fucked some prostitutes and filmed it once. Is what my understanding of that story is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lex very much hinted at it, and he was like, like someone asked Lex about it on social media, and all Lex had to say is that there were 2 phone cameras involved.
That's really funny.
Man. Yeah. Another one I remember.
Also, sorry, just
No,
imagine being in a fucking like rotation with Lex, Big Tom, and Johnny Fairplay, and also Donathan, who they hang out with for some reason.
Yeah, Tanya. They hang out with Tanya a lot too.
Yeah.
All right, back to
Yes.
Survivor Africa. One that I remember hearing was, and I have no idea how real this is, but that Diane and Teresa switched places on the tribes because they realized like very early on in casting that Baran was definitely going to be the tribe that wins out. And then when they got to thinking about it, they were like, oh, Teresa might win this season, and Teresa might be a little bit too much like Tina. So they swapped it to make sure Teresa was on the tribe that was going to lose. Which, like, I don't know if there's any validity to that, but that is something I have heard before, that Diane was supposed to be a Samburu and Teresa was supposed to be a Baran.
Yeah, but then it was like 3 and 3 anyways after that. So like, okay.
It would have been pretty funny if Teresa and Tina just won back to back in the exact same characters.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we get another young guy, old woman final too. It's just, I think there's a lot of differences between, Colby and Ethan and Tina and Kim.
For sure.
So, yeah. It was kind of interesting that seemed to be the meta for a little bit. And 3 seasons strong, we have a man-woman final too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we get a woman-woman final 2 before a man-man final 2.
Oh, and the man-man final 2 is just so peak, right?
Final 2 ever.
Right.
Just 2 very nice, well-adjusted people. What good neighbors. Anyways, another one, of course, is, which I think was propelled by the fact that Baran made underrated one of the worst moves in Survivor history. When I assume it was a group decision, but Kim Johnson on the show at least is the one that first suggests dumping their clean water on their hike to the camp, right after they get off the truck. So they decide to do it because I guess they assume that they'll have available water, not realizing they were going to have Elephant Shit Creek water. And I think that is why Baran fucking sucks those first 2 episodes. Like, it takes them a while to get any kind of win. Their first 2 castaways are voted off because they're sick, not even because they have socially misplayed, which is interesting. Clarence, fucked up royally and probably lost the game like earlier than anyone else had up to that point. Like, there was no way Clarence was going to win Survivor after he opens the beans.
Yeah.
But unlike a Kel, where they're willing to vote him off because of it, Baran is losing so fucking badly that they're like, we need to keep this guy because he's just super fucking strong and really our only chance at winning challenges. And these 2 people are sick anyways. But when Baran finally wins a challenge, they get, a shit ton of clean water, which ultimately probably really helped them out. And they're also given the all-time classic Survivor Rig challenge, where the underdog team wins pretty much every time, the SOS challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was their first immunity win, where, they have all the paints because, Kim had her acrylic paints or some shit, and Clarence had his war paints, and they had feather in Big Tom's ass. And what did Big Tom say? It's like, we got a black man and tidy whities and
him talking about Kelly's ass.
Yeah. Oh, and also Kim Johnson's ass.
Yeah.
I remember
it was Kim Johnson's thong specifically.
In the upcoming episode preview, they're like, for that episode, they say, and one castaway bears it all. and they show like Kim Johnson in her thong. The preview ends. I'm just like, damn, dog. Mark, bro, put your dick away, bro.
Old school Survivor.
Yeah,
They just don't have that in them anymore.
No.
yeah.
They would never have done that about like Sue Smay. Though it would have been hilarious. So
They really should have just been implying that Gabe and Sue were a thing all season instead of Sierra and Sam. That would have been such a better season.
They
Like, dude, it's Gabe smashing. Back to Africa. Something I don't think we mentioned, which is a big contrast to the first two seasons, is because they were on a nature preserve, they were not allowed to hunt or fish.
No, that's part of why the food is so bad, because there's no vegetation really either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they have to pretty much just eat this shitty mush the whole time. Yeah, which becomes. I remember Big Tom. They were trying to. A lot of the castaways had a really hard time eating it, and some of them were like. I think Clarence called them grits because he was just trying to, compartmentalize. Like, Tommy, they go down like grits, and you have Big Tom. It's like they're not like no grits. They like something that rhymes with grits.
Mm-hmm.
And you have like I remember Teresa makes a funny joke where she's serving up the mush to everyone, and Frank is working, and she's like, "Frank, do you want any more mush? Excuse me, I'm at brunch."
And then of course, like the greatest jury speech of all time.
Oh yeah, Big Tom, bro.
The funniest part about that to me is it's not like Big Tom's hilarious question of like if a hyena ate the mush and then licked its asshole. Do you think it did that because it had an itch or because it was trying to get the taste of the mush out of its mouth? Kim answers it so seriously. He's like, no, I think animals will just do that. I don't think they have much care for taste. It's a hyena. And he's like, all right, Kim, okay.
Fucking Big Tom. We'll get to Big Tom. Well, speaking of getting to people, you guys ready to go over the cast?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's. One more thing about food I want to point out, because this really isn't cast member related. One of my favorite scenes is the after the tribe swap, they have the reward challenge where the reward winners get like a picnic or some shit, and the new Samburu wins it. And they show them eating, and you get. I love the score to Survivor Africa. Some of the best music ever. They get the na 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 happy music, and then you cut to like Clarence's face or whatever, and the music gets all fucking like sad as he's like watching these people eat. And just the cuts, but oh my gosh, I love the Africa score. That's one of my favorites, and it kind of plays in my head when I think of Africa as like a continent, even.
Yeah, even how they do the ancient voices.
Oh yeah, so good.
Yeah, man, that's just like so much personality that season.
Yeah, so great. I love. There's a great scene with. I just remember it vividly. The music where Frank watches the sunrise. So good. All right, I'm ready to get to these characters.
All right, so first up, I should preface this by saying that the way we do this is we all put a character ranking together, we average it out, blah, 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 and it's also going to feature the results of our good friend Regnus Yak1's 0 through 10 polls, where you rate everyone who's ever been on Survivor from a 0 to 10, blah, 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 all on a ranking. And first up, this first castaway is someone who I think we all have an appreciation for, but we all put her last, and that's Jessica Camacho.
Yeah.
She gets sick too early to have what's going on. ACAB, except for her.
Where's Little Wayne? We need to play Mrs. Officer right now.
No, I remember honestly the first time I think of not the first time. Every time I think of Jessica Camacho, the first thing I think of is her like cracked lips because she's just so dehydrated.
Yeah,
And it's like, man, that poor woman was really going through that out in Kenya.
Like
Yeah.
they zoom in on her lips, and it's just like, oh shit,
Technically the most popular Survivor player of all time. If you go on the
yeah.
polls on the CBS website.
Yeah, she was someone very heavily anticipated because just fucking sexy ass sheriff from Orlando. Like what the fuck? Where did they find this woman?
Yeah.
Which is such a shame. Honestly, maybe the hottest castaway ever, and her lasting legacy is her crusty ass lips and her puking and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, she really goes through it.
Yeah. And hers are we get like one point we get this like lip compilation, I remember, that goes from like Jesse's to Kim's to Diane's to Clarence's. And because Baran, they did not have like actual water for like the first week of that show.
So
which they should have lost. They really should have lost they should have died, should have lost every challenge.
I mean, they were literally drinking shit.
Yeah. And they boiled it and it tasted like mud. And I think Jesse mentions that it's like, this isn't even water that we're fucking drinking. And she can't keep anything down. I think we get multiple shots of her puking up the Shit Creek water.
Reasonably
which like,
so.
Yeah, it's Shit Creek water.
I do think that it says for the polls for the audio listeners that she has an all-time placement of 738 out of 875 and an average of 3 points.
So low.
I think that's way too low.
Yeah. Like I have her around 515.
As a personality, she's not much, but I do really like when you have like a brutal reminder of how real this game is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's too bad for her that she had to be that reminder, but I think narratively it works.
Yeah. And it works because it's someone like Jesse. Like Diane, I think it works well too, but Diane is older, Jesse seems like nothing in the world should stop Jesse. Like, what a little sexy badass. But no, the fact that it can happen to someone so capable, I think really helps sell it. And someone, so capable and likable, we see moments of her and Big Tom. She keeps talking about how much she loves Big Tom and how special of a dude she thinks he is. And, Big Tom is, as we'll talk to, a huge fucking flirt and constantly is, testing the lines and stuff. But we get some scenes of them together and this and that. And, ultimately Jessie just can't hack these elements. She gets sick. She has no water. The Shit Creek water is not doing well with her system. And
reasonably so.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do when you can't survive out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for her health, it's good that she, from a competitive aspect, it's like, it sucks that she's out of the game, but for wanting another human to be healthy perspective, it's glad she's out of the game.
I think she didn't die. Yes.
Yeah.
It
is. I feel like we, in many ways, have said this without saying it like a billion times on this podcast so far. But how did no one die this season?
I feel like Lex comes pretty close. Jesse comes pretty close.
Yeah, some of the conspiracy things I meant to bring up is a lot of these castaways did get like IVs and shit. Like they pull people out of the game if they need to give them an IV, like in the 20s or whatever. But in these early times, I'm pretty sure Lindsay got an IV. I think Jesse got one. I think Lex got one.
It's that great story where Lex like peed blood and he went to the doctors and they're like, oh, well, let us know if it keeps happening.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think Lex pissed blood like on fucking set, but they needed a cast, so they weren't going to pull someone if they could just give them an IV.
Yeah, they can't pull Lex. It's too good.
People now get medevaced for way, way less.
Yeah, for example, Randon is not getting medevaced on Survivor Africa. They're like, that's weird. Keep us updated.
Yeah. Like
Or
Bruce,
Eric
Woody-
Reichenbach.
it's like Eric Reichenbach would not have been medevac. Joe Del Campo
And-
would not have been medevac.
Yeah, I
No, the
think Eric
medevac
said
policy was
that
like,
he
if you're
got.
about to die, then we will pull you. But
Huh?
Yeah,
the medevac policy back in the old school seasons, if you're about to die, then we'll pull you. But past that, you're quitting.
Yeah.
Austin
Yeah.
was a quitter when he had like multiple staph infections. That dude gets medevac these days for sure.
Yeah.
mhm.
Um.
Yeah. There's probably more people that got more off-camera medical assistance than we even know about. But
Yeah.
I do know for sure. I think those three like actively got like an IV in them at one point or another.
Which again makes sense for all three of them.
Yeah.
Especially like, in episode 2 where Jesse is just like not able to like do anything. Or in episode 3 when Lindsay is like fucking breaking down on the floor, or just Lex.
Yeah. I think this is all I have to say about Jessie.
Yeah, and she's a likable enough personality, I guess.
Yeah, I think you don't get much of her personality because she seems to get hit pretty hard, pretty fast.
Yeah,
But
she's very hot.
Yep. Oh, one more Jessie thing is she actually was on another reality competition show that was in Spanish, which was I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like I think it was Big Brother-esque, and that's where we see the potential of a Jessie Camacho, where she's this huge flirt that's real cutthroat and real badass and strong. This is that. I haven't really watched it. I know I've seen a little bit of it back on YouTube and stuff like that. And I guess spoiler alert if you care about this old ass Spanish language TV show, but she is, I think, the final elimination of that show. Like she is the one that's cut right before the final two. So if
Wow.
someone out there wants to see a full reality season of peak Jessie Camacho, that is apparently it. So
I'll
There we
take
go.
There's
your
also
word for that.
Jesse Camacho who plays a cop on the show Sleepy Hollow that I thought was the real or the Survivor Jesse Camacho, so I almost said that incorrectly. I was trying to find the
She was in something.
yeah, she's still fairly active within like the alumni base and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Funny enough, like you
She,
see her every once in a while with like modern castaways and still looking sexy as fuck
Yeah,
for
she
being
was-
50.
A couple
in
a
the
couple
Love It
years ago or so,
video
she was just
by Camila Cabello featuring Playboy Cardi.
huh?
She's in the music video for "I Love It" by Camila Cabello.
She is?
She is, yeah.
No fucking
That-
way.
She's in Emily the Criminal with Aubrey Plaza.
I know
that's
she's
awesome.
in.
Her iconic turn is Alyssa Dearhorn in the movie Curse of Alcatraz with a stunning
I know she
2.4
is. Hold on.
stars.
I'm pulling up this Camila Cabello and Cardi video. Holy shit!
Damn.
She's in.
how many Survivor
she's in
Africa
the-
By the way-
castaways are in music
By the way,
videos?
that
She's
Camila
in
Cabello
Kanye
and
West.
Playboy Cardi song is like very
Bad.
well could be the worst song ever made.
I love Cardi, but man, yeah, the song is not good.
Yeah.
She's in
big
the
agree.
Kanye West Spike
Yeah,
Jones
but-
short film "We Were Once a Fairy Tale" as woman at bar not into Kanye.
I saw that when that came out in like 09 or 2010. Holy shit.
Not to be praising Kanye West. That short film is very good. Really like it.
Yeah.
I,
But like
I'll give
again,
it
she
credit
is
to Spike
still
Jonze.
active in like alumni shit because like I like even like a year ago I saw her at like some alumni event like answering, "Oh, who do you think's winning the season?" and she was there and I was just like, crazy poll, okay.
It's the same too.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, you ready to
Yeah,
move
let's do it.
to the next person?
Call
and
me
the next-
Jesse.
Yeah, the next person is the person that went home right before Jesse. The first boot, it is Diane Ogden.
Oh, her dog is very cute. Just a picture of her
Yeah.
dog to the audio listeners.
Yeah.
It's a
I
picture
remember-
of her dog, and a big framed signed photo of the Africa cast.
Yeah.
Dude. All right. Great mail carrier. I remember Diane's audition video because I think
Mail carrier.
they show it and she's like smoking a cigarette like in a chair, just like talking her shit. Just she's a really interesting person that just immediately gets destroyed by being in Africa with no water.
Yeah. Same thing as Jesse, honestly.
Yeah,
But the difference, I think the reason we all have her higher is the food drama with Clarence.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Which is why a lot of people really do not like her. But
yes. Oh, yeah. There's plenty of people that fucking hate Diane for this, which it is one of the most fucking scummy things. Well, it's hard, but it's a very hard
scummy
situation. It's scummy if you believe that
she's
Diane was actively lying on Clarence. Like, I think she's trying not to get voted out.
She's trying not to get voted out, and it, adds to the whole dichotomy of, what would you do for $1 million, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But it's still just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It does give us the greatest voting confessional of all time with Clarence.
Yes.
Oh my God. He said, you are nothing like
my mother. You're nothing like my mother.
Dude, Clarence is so hurt. Like, even watching that scene back, he's to Tom and all that, he's talking with Tom and he holds his own, like, okay. Like, he's being ganged up on by, like, everyone in the tribe. But, he's holding his own okay, but he doesn't, like, actively seem, like, sad until, like, Diane was like, well, I didn't ask for it. And she's like, D, that's a lie, D. Come on. And then that's when he seems actively, like really fucking sad about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, jeez.
Like when the Baran boys are ganging up on him, he's just like, oh my, fuck you guys. And then Diane, and like, again, the voting confessional is so good because Clarence is like clearly trying his hardest to not just like sob. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. And that next confessional after that opens up the next episode, Clarence says, tribal council is going to hell for 45 minutes. And you believe that after the fucking day Clarence had,
Yep.
Oh, man. But yeah, back to Diane. Like, they, the first thing we see is her on the hike. And, she's hiking up ahead because she's a mail carrier. So she's used to, she's fairly fit, to be one of the male people that actually have to carry mail. Is that, it's actually a significantly demanding job.
She's probably in pretty good shape.
Yeah, she's in pretty good shape. She's ahead of their whole tribe and all that. But she does trip and fall on the hike, which I thought was a good foreshadowing.
She's a mail carrier, just like our everyone's favorite survivor ever, Mitch Guerra.
I thought you were going to say Dan Foley, who I love.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to say Darnell. These first boot mail carriers.
Yeah.
Shout out to Waco. Shout out Mitch. I was just in Waco. Hit me up, Mitch. We'll get lunch. But yeah, no, I think that ultimately is one of the greatest, scenes in Survivor history is the whole Beangate thing. And that really only happens because Diane is in such terrible shape. Like, after that first immunity challenge, she falls down and her eyes are like rolling in the back of her fucking head. And
also,
you see like Ethan pick her up and try to like breathe life into her.
Yeah, another person
look me in the eyes.
Modern day, probable medevac.
Yeah, they probably just pull her.
Hey, but Andy
literally
fell in the first challenge too, and they didn't pull him.
Well, that's because they really needed to show. They really needed to show Andy's amazing outburst.
That's true.
Yeah, Beangate has nothing compared to crying because they didn't clap for you when you open a coconut.
I would be pissed if they clapped for fucking John Lovett and didn't clap for me. I'll say that.
You know what? Andy is kind of real for that.
This guy's been defending Israel for like 5 years.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of crazy that Diane was like on her like last breath, almost what it feels like when she's like just lying there the entire day, and she still has the ability to just completely just make Clarence the complete villain in front of the entire tribe. She just completely throws him under the bus, and you're not. And of course, we get the amazing Clarence voting confessional of when I told you that you were like my mother, you're nothing like my mother.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, and not to circle back to it, but it really is just like such an outstanding confessional.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. I think up to this point, this is maybe the earliest someone has ever lost Survivor. Like, I think Clarence, for as much as we like him, and we'll get into his story, but he never recovers from this. Like, boneheaded decision, whether we believe it was, him genuinely trying to help someone, or if it was self-serving so he could get more food. Who knows? But yeah, now one of the most interesting ethical discussions on Survivor, and I guess we'll get into it. Something that I think I think there's more nuance than I think a lot of people give it credit for. I think the show does a good job of showing why, Clarence feels like it was okay, but they also show why, Tom and Lex and Ethan and all them have a problem with it. Because these people haven't eaten, they haven't had clean water, and he made a decision and opened up a can of beans, whether it be for the good of someone else. Big Tom does something that I thought was very interesting, in that where he says, "Don't apologize to me. Apologize. Don't just apologize to me. Apologize. You took his food and her food and his food and her food." He points them all out, like. Mm-hmm. And Clarence just goes, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry" to everyone. And
and we'll nuanced situation.
And we will, of course, when we get to Clarence, we'll talk about how Big Tom takes it a little bit too far.
Yeah, he says some things I wouldn't have said.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to Diane.
Oh, yeah.
Funny enough.
Diane is a very strong first boot for the beginning of this season, for sure.
Yeah, sets the pace off for how brutal Africa is going to be. And and one final note on Diane is Clarence. I remember I listened to his RHAP talking with T-Bird, and he was asked who from Africa should come back, and he said Lady D, Diane. And he was like, Diane was a fucking, first of all, she's fit. She just got sick, is what he was saying. And second of all, she was like, she is a gamer. Like, I respect her now that, I'm not as young anymore. Because Clarence was, I think he was 23.
He was really young.
I think he was the youngest male on that cast. But he was like, he was like, I never watched Survivor before. I didn't know any of this stuff.
Silas was 23. He was 24. He's the second youngest man. Sorry for
gotcha. Oh, no worries. But he was like, like, in retrospect, I do respect what Diane was trying to do. And once I got voted out, me and Diane talked about it. We made good amends, and, we were just out here trying to survive and win $1 million. So at least they're cool with one another now.
Yeah. Clarence does seem to be like decently cool with most of the cast now.
Do we know about him and Big Tom?
I don't know about Big Tom. Probably not, but
I've heard they're pretty good. Like, I don't think he's as close to Big Tom as he is some of the others. Yeah, that too. They kind of do show them hashing it out throughout the season, but yeah, I've heard they're on like fairly good terms. I don't think he's as close to Big Tom as he is other castaways from his season, but like, All right. Let's hit the next one.
Next up, we talked about the second boot. We talked about the first boot. Now it's time to talk about the third boot, Dr. Carl, whose wife is not Carolyn Rivera.
Pretty sure that's Carolyn Rivera right there, man.
She looks so much like Carolyn, guys.
Really funny that they get him to brag about how many cars he has or whatever. That's
what I was just about to mention. They were like, so what kind of car you driving, Doc?
They just bait him. They just bait him completely into talking about his cars and making him just look like the most smug asshole ever.
Yeah.
What that I have a Porsche? I worked hard for my stuff. And I love how he tries to justify it. He's like, my wife bought me that because she said I never would have spent the money on myself, and she was so right. I would have just put it in a bond.
He's
And I'm
still
like,
humble.
all right, dog, that's not helping your case, dude.
I
Still own
I
that.
rewatched the first 5 episodes of Africa this morning, and you can see how high I have Carl compared to you guys. Carl is awesome.
Carl's
He's,
too
like,
great.
he's genuinely so like just such like a good talker.
Mhm.
Honestly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I drive a Porsche, pardon me. And the way he talks about the Gen X, I think, is great too. And
Mhm.
the
Yeah, he's the one that out of all of the 4 of them probably hates on them the most, and he's the one that's there the least. So it makes it
Probably
so
right.
perfect. So it makes it so perfect that he's the one to go up against Lindsay in the tiebreaker and lose on the frickin' nature survival question.
To Lindsay,
Yeah.
dude.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lindsay
so
Richter.
great. Yeah. I don't know. The episode they make it seem like they choose Carl because he's the richest or whatever. But yeah, they chose correctly. I guess Carl really did not know shit. I feel like you get like a throwaway line from Frank that says something like, "I was trying to tell Carl to learn about this shit." But yeah, Carl has another great line where he's talking about Gen X should just be. They're acting like they're on a summer camp to go roast marshmallows at the YMCA and maybe win $1 million. And he also drops a where he says he sees the young people all talking, and he says, "You see them? They're on the grassy knoll over there." It's a
Oh,
conspiracy.
Carl, man.
Yeah, Carl's a great 3-episode character. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
they
everything.
literally
Everything-
say in the voting confessionals for his boot, they're like, "Yo, you don't need the money, dude."
yeah, the dentist.
This man does
Yeah, because
this man does not need the money.
a lot of them call him Doc, right? Also,
They do.
throughout the season,
Yeah.
they're like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
what does the Doc have to say?" Or Doc. This.
Dr. Carl.
Yeah. Another funny moment is during the blood drinking competition. Carl calls the blood like an African. I forget what that Chianti, Chianti. I think it's a type of red wine. I forget how you say
Chianti
it.
or something.
Chianti. Yeah. He calls it an African
Chianti.
Chianti, and I was like, okay, that's pretty clever, Carl.
I know how it's pronounced because of Silence of the Lambs.
True.
Thank you, Anthony Hopkins.
But yeah,
I was just gonna do that.
low key. Why does Carl look like 10 times better in the picture on the right than the picture on the left? I can't lie.
He dead
He's
ass
got
does.
Silver Fox.
Doesn't Carl also still show up to Survivor events in Florida?
He does.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
does.
He goes.
a lot of them, a lot of this, for people that don't know, a lot of these Survivor events are in Florida. Like a lot of these, like give the kids the world and all this shit because they always try to make it in like a tropic location.
Mhm.
So like, I
Yeah.
think Carl is just like kind of just in the area where a lot of these happen naturally. So he just rolls up.
Yeah,
Even
imagine
though,
Yeah, Carl.
like he'll do the Hearts of Reality, give kids the world shit, but like again, those are like a lot of the older alumni will go. Carl will go to the Bryce and Wendell events as like an advertised VIP star.
Hell yeah, dude.
Listen,
It's
Carl's
man,
only
awesome.
like 70 now. That's awesome.
Yeah.
you got to meet Frank, which is probably the most important thing I would want to talk to
Dude.
someone on Survivor about.
You got to meet
About
Frank
getting to
and
meet
Linda.
Frank Garrison.
Yeah, be like, was that guy real? What was that about?
Man.
Yeah, Carl is still making his mark on the Survivor community, especially when he got into that argument with Sandra on Insta.
Yeah,
What did he argue with Sandra about?
I remember that. Funny enough, I just don't remember
It was about
why.
it was about politics.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know where that one was headed.
I can't imagine that a 70-year-old man from Florida has bad politics.
Well, and he's a Florida transplant too. He's one of those people that I think was originally from New York, but like as they got older, they went to go retire in Florida.
Oh, I
So,
don't know.
Yeah, no, that's literally
mean,
that is literally every middle-aged New Yorker just
He's,
go to Florida.
You know, they have Boston Rob. He's Bronx Carl.
that's a good point because he's in
got
Florida now too, right?
Well,
May as well
yes,
be.
yes, holy shit! But like, he also has a fucking Yankees hat, which is also really funny. It's because Florida has 2 Major League Baseball teams, but most Floridians are fans of either the Yankees or the Mets,
Literally.
and
Yeah,
not
no.
not the Miami Marlins or the Rays. But
Why would you
shout
bother
out.
being a fan
Yeah,
of
you
the
look at you take one look at the average attendance of the Marlins and the Rays, and you'll get the full picture. But yeah, no, Carl wearing the full on Yankees jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carl definitely had some choice words when they got rid of the no facial hair policy this winter.
Yeah,
no.
I'm sure he was very mad about that. And then, of course, when we get to Marquesas, we can talk about the fact that Boston Rob is out here wearing a Patriots hat, and we also have the other Rob, the general, going around wearing a Jets shirt.
You know what? Funny enough, in Africa, there's isn't there 3 people that have sports teams hats? Because Teresa has the Braves hat, right? And I think Clarence
the
has
Braves.
does he have I think he has a Detroit Lions hat, maybe.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
Clarence
so.
of the Tigers. Clarence of the Tigers.
Tigers. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I,
So yeah, there's 3 fucking baseball caps in Africa.
I don't know if they I don't know if besides Boston Rob they allow like branding like that anymore. However, if I get cast on Survivor someday, I am absolutely getting a Mets tattoo before I go.
They're gonna make you put a big ass band-aid on it, like they did Ben DeGerbing in his John Deere tractor tattoo.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, like this is
they also
like
put band-aids on Kyla for 48 for his tattoos, and people asked, "Yo, that's a sick tattoo. Why didn't they let it on TV?" And he was like, "Deadass, I don't know."
was the
yeah,
tattoo.
What is
it
his
wasn't
tattoo?
yeah,
It wasn't
whole
I don't even think it was like that, like any sort of suggestive or censorable tattoo. He was literally just like, I genuinely have zero idea why they covered up my tattoo.
They knew he was gonna
and
win.
Yeah,
and there's this is a little bit unrelated, but it goes back to that whole sports branding thing that I've been watching Top Chef recently, and the first season there's a girl that wears a Red Sox hat sometimes in confessionals, but the saga of how they go about not showing the logo is way too funny, because the first half of the season they just blur it out, but you can very much tell that it's terribly blurred. And then they just completely give up on blurring it and just put tape over the logo.
Yeah, his tattoo is a pair of Converse hanging from a telephone wire, which I think is why it is censored, because it's Converse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, I do plan on like soon getting a tattoo on my forearm of the Beatles walking down Abbey Road. I don't know if that would have to be
Can we all
You should
agree,
get
by
the
the
one
way,
that
the
Drake
greatest
got.
censored tattoo in all of
I mean, like,
Crazy James on Big Brother 9? He has a tattoo that's censored the entire season. It's really big on his chest. It's like a priest crying, imagining 2 people having sex.
Whoa. That's even better than fucking Papa Smurf's big ass Survivor Fiji tattoo he got. It's just
Show him Papa Smurf. He's one of my favorites.
I mean, if Bubba Sampson can get away with a Bob Barker shirt, then you can probably get away with the Beatles tattoo.
You should get the one that Drake has, where it's him stopping the Beatles on Abbey Road after he broke the record or whatever.
It's just like a bunch of people's faces on his back.
Oh, where he got LeBron's covered.
Oh my god,
Drake's hilarious. Get Drake on
Well,
Survivor.
yeah,
Canadians are allowed on
but
Survivor.
no, getting back to
Drake.
Carl.
Drake would say no to going on Survivor because you have to be over the age of 18 to play.
That is true. But yeah, no, getting back
to Carl.
Yeah, no, fun third boot. he's kind of like the start of that whole saga of getting the old. They do it. They don't do it very often, but every time that this show does bring on like an old rich guy who you can tell is just really not wanting to be there, it's always gold. They do, most notably, of course, you'll see Nicaragua with my goat Dan Lembo.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And then I know we talked
overall-
about the. One last thing. I know we talked about the trivia challenge between Carl and Lindsay, but go back and rewatch that, and they're both just fucking trash. Like they both get multiple
bad.
questions wrong in a row. Like it takes them forever to like. They get a couple easy ones correct, and then anything else they got wrong, and then they finally had one where Carl answers true. Oh, no, Carl answers false. Lindsay answers true, and the question is pouring. If you get a tick on your body, do you slowly pour hot water on it for it to be removed? And Lindsay answers true, Carl answers false, and that's
Let me just say that was such an easy question.
Yeah, I don't know
so
how he
fucking
did that.
easy.
How the hell Carl missed that is insane. I got that so quickly. And of course, that is also very ironic that Lindsay got that question right, considering what Big Tom will end up doing later.
That's what I was gonna say. It was the perfect question that saved Lindsay in the game, because eventually she will have a tick on her ass that requires some hot water.
Some hot water
and Big Tom gets a bit of action.
Mm-hmm. One last thing I want to point out is that I have Carl around like around 350 in my rankings. He is 469 out of 875 on here, which I think is a little low, but it is also way, way, way higher than I expected.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be lower too, so I'm pleasantly surprised by that.
Yeah, Doc Carl is good. Good character. Brings exactly what he needs to the show. So
yeah, exactly. Drama, comedy, sex appeal. All you need.
Yeah. Anyways, next up we have Kim Powers.
And yes, her and Alex Bell.
They're such a cute couple. I love those.
It's genuinely the best Survivor couple.
Yeah.
Crazy that Alex is like bald now.
I think it's probably Franny.
Huh?
The best Survivor couple, Matt and Franny.
Oh
nice.
Yeah. Nyanka and Dreams.
True.
Nyanka and Dreams.
That was a saga, all right. But yeah, Kim Powers has always been an interesting one because obviously she's like of like the merge people, she gets like the least amount of focus. But like with all these other early seasons, it's not they always make sure that even the people that get lesser amount of content still feel like people on the season rather than just, oh, these are footnotes. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
she's not an NPC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like if you compare her to the most invisible person in the average merge cast, she's way more of a character than them.
Yeah. I feel like it's kind of fair to call Kim the Amber of Africa, but better.
She is.
Mostly because Kim's Jerry doesn't even make the merge.
Yeah,
that is true.
And Kim has more of an edge to her that I think people remember. Of course, eventually we learn about her leaving her fiance at the altar and all this. So she's lived some life.
Yeah.
And I guess while we're talking about it, one of the underrated all-time great jury answers is Big Kim's answer to Little Kim when asking about who did you learn the most from here, or something like that. And she was like, honestly, it's you, because you did something that you were so assured of yourself that young. You did something that would have scared me at your age, and I would have just married that man and kept quiet about it for the rest of my life. But you stepped up and, you showed your own initiative and knew it wasn't for you and were brave enough to call off a wedding. even despite all the pressures and all that. And it genuinely touches little Kim, and you see it in her face, and she goes and votes, and she's like, I was gonna vote for the other person, but Mama Kim, that genuinely touched me, and I didn't deliver it as well as the actual scene. That is one of my favorite answers, and all of that
for sure. But yeah, no, that is a fantastic moment. But I think the other thing is that with an alliance like the Sambu for young people that are quite unlikable most of the time. I do think that it is needed for somebody like Kim Powers, who might not be like the biggest character, but she isn't. But she is definitely way more likable in comparison, which I think is definitely needed amongst that group to make you not completely hate all of them.
Yeah. She does. She does bring them to a level where you can kind of root for them.
Yeah, where you like they can't all just be kind of disgusting or whatever. But yeah, I do love that episode 3 when Baran finally wins the immunity challenge. Kim Powers has a line there where she is talking about, what's the harm of going to tribal council? Let's finally get it over with, because back then, this is. It's not the biggest winning streak Survivors have. This is the longest anyone on Survivor has gone before they've gone to tribal council. Because they go on day 9 to vote off Carl.
Yeah, and there was
they spent. I can't imagine the tension that just built up for 9 days before you could finally vote someone out. Next season, I think it was like day 15 or something like that when Rotu finally goes, but a lot of the times, you do get these really explosive vote outs sometimes when it's the first time a group finally has to face that fire and vote someone off. But I do think Kim showed a little bit more gumption than I think people remember. Like at the tribe swap, she's actively trying to court Kelly because she's like, oh, Kelly's young, she can fit in with us. And ultimately doesn't work, but she tries that. When it's time to merge, she's after Brandon kind of ends up throwing her under the bus, we get I think a lot of great content from her talking about how hard it is to differentiate between playing the game strategically and making these genuine connections. And she's willing to vote off Brandon finally after Brandon was willing to kind of throw away all of Samburu's chances.
Yeah, she gets a lot of great content after that about how heavily betrayed she feels by Brandon, and they both have to kind of try and reconcile a lot throughout that episode.
Yeah, Brandon is,
and then Brandon goes anyways.
Yeah. I do like the Kim Powers and Big Tom dynamic too. Tom is always playing a show for all the women and all that, but Kim is seeming to enjoy it, and they call each other like Big and Little, because I think they do the
Big Bear and Little Bear.
Yeah, Big Bear, Little Bear, when they do that duos challenge together that Frank and Brandon ultimately end up winning.
The greatest reward of all time, except for the other one this season.
Yeah. I also love Kim.
We'll get to Frank and Brandon.
I love the reward challenge with the family members. Because I think Kim Powers' mom gets like so many questions wrong, and Kim Powers just seems like super duper like offended. And then there's another great part. I think this is in Kim Powers' boot episode where she's talking about how she's never going to eat anything corn related again because they've been having this shitty corn mush. And she's like, I'm not going to eat a corn tortilla. I'm not going to eat corn flakes. I'm not going to eat corn on the cob. And she just keeps going. She's like, fuck corn.
That's really funny.
Yeah. So sweet girl that I think, like we were saying, has her purpose on the season. I don't think she's, you don't go away from this season thinking she's a huge character, but
she's got her moments.
Main character.
She's on the DVD cover.
She
Yeah,
is on the
true.
DVD.
For
Yeah.
some reason.
You know what? You know what? I listen. Props to her. You know, she got it done. She has her fame on the DVD. I got to give her props for that.
Yeah.
You know, she's
Along
there,
with
and
Gambia and Bobby Mason.
No,
All
no,
the
no,
Why
no,
DVD
no.
is
covers
Bob
for
Dog
me.
deserved it. Bob Dog deserved it. I can tell you that. But we'll get to Panama. I will spread my love for Bob Dog when we get there.
I don't think we need you to be spreading the love for the Panama cast.
yeah.
Someone's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
do
true. True.
Gee, I
Um,
wonder. I wonder.
Back to Kim.
Yeah, we'll
I
get
guess
there.
we'll talk a little bit about her life after Survivor, because she didn't really, in a sense, go away. You know, she ends up marrying Alex Bell from Survivor Amazon, and them together for a few years, they were the guides for the pre-jury trips.
Oh
Where,
yeah, there's
they
some
would,
really funny stories of that. I do
yeah,
remember. I do
How-
remember watching. I'll briefly touch on this, but I do remember on the Amazon RHAP reunion where Alex is talking about their experiences with Shannon Elkins on the pre-jury.
I'm
How
guessing
have I
good.
been a fan of Survivor for this long, and I had no idea that Kim Powers and Alex Bell, like
You've seen
ran
the
the
pre-jury
pre-jury trips for a bit there.
yeah.
and
No, that was a
and every time Alex
They
is bringing
shoulda-
up him, and Jenna is just like visibly fake vomiting all the time. It's so funny.
When Alex
That's
brings up Shannon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, famous ally of gay rights, Alex Bell.
true.
Famous,
Nothing likes
Yes.
Catholic girls.
Yes.
The funniest part, I'm going to bring this up now because we can't talk about Nicaragua for like 5 years. When Shannon says that he's definitely had more beautiful girlfriends than Sash, Shannon got married at 19. There's just no way that's true.
Yeah.
Dude, he's in that ethical non-monogamy, bro.
There's no way. That guy
in,
thinks
in the deep south. He has that ethical non-monogamy.
But yeah, no, Mike, when we get to Amazon, if you do not have Alex Bell's second picture as the I love Catholic girls picture, you have failed.
Huh?
There's this great
Sorry.
picture of Alex with a T-shirt that says "I love Catholic girls."
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
heart
he's standing next to Nicole Delma.
Is she
Yes,
Catholic?
I know that picture. I know what you're talking about.
Dude, we need also in that podcast. We'll need the picture of Dave Johnson like next to Nalia, and they're both like covering each other's eyes.
I think we're going to
or
move
the
on
one of
from Kim
yeah,
Powers.
But yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. But yeah, no.
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Kim.
Who we got next? We got the other Kim.
The other Kim. Rest in
Wow.
peace.
The late
Rest in
great Kim
peace.
Johnson.
Yeah, that was fairly recent, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that
About a
was
year
like
ago.
last year, I think. Yeah.
oh wow.
Yeah, very very
Yeah.
sad to hear about her passing.
Yeah, he always seemed like an incredibly kind person on the show.
Hmm.
Yeah.
A teacher,
I-
which you gotta respect.
Yeah,
mhm.
only very good things to say about her.
Yeah.
You know.
But yeah, speaking of that, I do think that Kim Johnson does need to get a lot more attention in the fandom, and I think we did see. I think obviously on the day of the passing, I do think that a lot of people went back and thought, yeah, maybe Kim Johnson was bigger character than I thought she was. And yeah,
She is.
I think there's a lot of very underrated Kim Johnson moments that don't really get as discussed throughout
I think
most of the season.
she gets overshadowed somewhat by the brand guys.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
She's really fun.
Like
She's very much
obviously
real.
there's obviously we have her running around in the thong.
Like I've seen people refer to her as one of the more like forgettable finalists, and it's like I don't know if that's true at all, really.
Yeah. She goes on an immunity run to the end. Like that's kind of insane.
Badass.
Like,
She's
Yeah,
more forgettable
she's-
than
Yeah,
like,
you kind of just forget about you kind of just forget about it in the when we get to Final Four. But then she just wins the last two immunities. Like, oh my God, Kim Johnson is at the final two.
she's also a Long Island legend. So shout out that
Yeah.
from Oyster Bay,
Oh,
the
nice, nice.
land of Billy Joel.
boo. Sorry.
What?
Billy Joel
Don't
sucks ass.
go chasing.
Oh, come on, Kyle.
I am very mixed on Billy Joel. I'm
We
more
Didn't
into
Start the
sucks
Fire
ass
is the
part.
worst song ever made, except for the Fall Out Boy cover of We Didn't Start the Fire.
Where they rhyme like Metroid.
No, I'm sorry.
Are you trying to rage bait me?
George Floyd,
No,
Metroid.
serious. I hate Billy Joel's music so much, man.
George Floyd, Metroid.
Yes,
Floyd.
George Floyd Metroid.
Oh my god.
Funny.
The best
Yeah,
part
I
funniest
do
lyric
hate
of
that
all
song
time.
too.
The
Like,
best part about Fall Out Boy, We Didn't Start the Fire, is that they just don't fucking go in order. And they don't bring up 9/11 at all.
Never
the Fall Out
happened.
Boy, We Didn't Start the Fire, I think is not Fall Out Boy. The Billy Joel one, it's like as musically integrity or as much musical integrity as like the Flying Purple People Eater song. I don't know. That shit is so lame. Some bullshit.
I
gimmicks.
agree that it is lame. I do like some of his like actual ballady stuff though, like Just the Way You Are and
I just feel like his voice is the main thing.
Vienna.
Mm-hmm.
Piano Man, I don't know if it's just because it's been overplayed, but yeah, I am leaning more on the meh side for Billy Joel, but I do like how he's bald. Oh, and fun fact, he is the first person to record "Make You Feel My Love" to release it. So
Really? All right.
yeah,
Okay.
that came out
Wait.
on his album first. Bob
Yeah.
gave it to him for whatever reason.
But yeah, what another great Kim whole dynamic is her fascinating rivalry near the end with Big Tom, and we of course get that confessional where as Big Tom is like spilling water on Kim Powers, and he's like, "Oh, Big Tom is harmless. He's just kind of there. Nobody really thinks of him as like a threat into safety or whatever." And then of course and then by the time we get to FTC, Kim is openly calling him sexist.
She's like, "Tommy, I love you, buddy, but I thought there were some times you were kind of a little bit undermining to the women." I love her vote for Tom to vote him out at Final Four. I think she also opens it with like, "Sorry, buddy, you're a good friend, but you started playing the manipulating game, pitting one person up against another, and that doesn't sit right with me."
Yeah.
She's awesome.
She's also
Doesn't like
sneaky
people.
funny. Like, she's the one that does that sets up the whole Clarence egg thing, where
Oh,
where they're like, "Hey, where Clarence is like looking at all the the chickens and is like, yeah, I'm gonna eat these breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. I'm gonna create the I forget what it's called, the something food show, the Manly Men's like food show. Your pancakes better be buttery. Your burgers better be greasy." Whatever he's talking about. It's great rants. And I think she's the one that's like, "All right, well, Clarence, how about we compromise that if an egg appears tomorrow, we'll give them one more night to make eggs. If they lay an egg, then we'll spare them. If not, we can kill them and eat them." And they're like, "All right."
And the miracle, the greatest miracle of all time happens that next day. The egg is actually laid.
What's so funny about that scene too is it doesn't just cut to Clarence, because I think Kim's the one that finds it, and she's showing everyone in camp before Clarence wakes up, and they all just are laughing their ass off. And Kim makes like a Clarence impersonation, and she's like, "Oh hell no!" And because everyone knows Clarence is gonna just freak the fuck out, and then Clarence finally like wakes up, and they show it to him, and he does freak the fuck out. One thing on that egg scene that I have always wondered if that was staged or not, because I always felt like that egg looked like way too clean, but I don't know.
It might be staged, because if they were going to stage it, they would give them the tiniest, shittiest egg ever, and that's kind of what that is.
Yeah,
it was like the
Yeah.
tiniest. It
Yeah.
was like the tiniest egg of all time.
yeah, like if production rigged it so that it would just piss off Clarence, like honestly, good job, because that was really fucking funny.
They did their job. They would have done their job.
Yeah, and of course, Kim Johnson is the one that has to explain brunch to Frank.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Frank doesn't know what brunch is.
Yeah,
He's
I love
awesome.
how like she's the one that's just like completely like flabbergasted that she doesn't know what brunch is, but like
Because Kim
Like,
Johnson can fuck up a brunch. She seems
Yeah.
like she'd play.
Yeah, Kim Johnson definitely seems like she knows she knows how to make a good brunch.
yeah,
Well,
Well,
a true
I
brunch
would say that-
knows that you always go out for brunch. You're not making it yourself.
yeah. You know what's interesting? We learned that she was, if I remember, she was an orphan, right?
She was?
I feel like she mentioned something about not having a family growing up, so that's why it was really important for her to have a family later in life. That, but then also when you see her like her home in that little video they do, you realize she's like rich as shit.
Oh, yeah.
So I've always wondered if that was one of the reasons why she didn't win,
Original
because they
hideout.
they show her like her like oceanfront house and shit, and I was like, why are y'all doing that? Why are y'all filming right in front of like the oceanfront house view? And no one's ever gonna give Kim Johnson $1 million.
Yep.
I don't think she was
Just,
winning regardless.
Again, she
Yeah.
lives in Oyster Bay, hometown of Billy Joel. She's a, it's not it's a pretty well off area.
To be fair, all of his singing might bring the property value down a little bit.
Hey, he
Kyle,
sells out Madison
I don't-
Square
I don't
Garden
mind.
once a
You
month.
can't-
I don't mind.
I saw him
That's me when I'm
second
trying to-
row for cheap. So
That makes sense. The tickets were cheap.
no. What he's like?
I don't mind.
No, okay,
I
no.
don't-
Here's the.
I don't
Here's
mind.
actually,
Like,
here's actually
I know
funny
the lore
story.
behind this. Go for
Yes,
it.
yes. Now basically, like for my mom's 50th birthday, we decided to get nosebleed seats to see Billy Joel at MSG and whatever. And this one security guard comes up and he's like, "Yo, you guys, you're in the back. You're like the real fans. You guys want to prove it?" And so my little sister starts singing "We Didn't Start the Fire" for the security guard. It's okay, and he's like, it's all cute and whatever. He's like, "You guys are real fans. Follow me." And then we're in the second row.
Yep.
Yeah, Billy
That's
Joel.
I've
crazy.
heard this from
Billy-
other people too, that he
Yeah.
holds the first few rows for people in the back that are like real fans. Like this
Yeah.
is something I've heard.
But yeah,
before
I
also,
mean,
Yeah,
so.
he does
I'm
that.
like whatever on Billy Joel. I think some of his stuff is fine, but like the main thing I don't want to go on too many side chains because we've already gone on a lot of them already. But we've had like the one big quote I will always remember about Billy Joel. I don't exactly remember the quote, but it's freaking. They asked like Anthony Bourdain, famous chef, about his music taste or whatever, and he was like, "If anybody plays Elton John or Billy Joel in any of my restaurants, I will kick you out immediately."
Real.
When I think of Billy Joel, I think about that great joke from Community, where is it the character Cheryl or Shelley? That Nicole
Cheryl.
Brown character. Cheryl, yeah. Cheryl's like, "What would Jesus do?" And Chevy Chase is like, "I know what Billy Joel would do. Write a shitty song." That one always.
All right. Next character. Who we got?
All right, wait, hold on. I want to talk about Kim Johnson more. Give me
Sorry.
another 2 or 3 minutes on Kim Johnson.
Keep going.
okay.
Keep
Sorry,
going.
keep sidetracking.
Another funny Kim Johnson moment that I like is they're talking about how their like legs have like swollen the fuck up, especially Kim Johnson's, and she says, "I hope my breasts are next," which I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
that's good. Good.
There's another time where Kim Johnson says she feels like the Bamboons are She says something about a bamboon in like a metaphor, which I always found funny because I always felt like she looked kind of like a monkey. I don't know if that's just me, but like I feel like her facial structure, she has like damn like bamboon like lips and shit. Does anyone else see that?
No.
she looks like a fucking
no.
no. Okay, maybe I'll try to justify that with some screenshots someday. That sounds fucked up to say, but and then of course I think it kind of goes understated how like remarkable it is that Kim even gets to the final two because like it's fucking Kim Johnson. She like falls in multiple challenges on the run.
Oldest woman in the cast usually just gets voted out immediately, like Sonya and
Yeah.
Amanda. And now she's second.
Yeah, she's second. Yeah, she's second. I somehow swings 2 jury votes. Like Ethan was going into that shit winning 7-0. Like realistically, both people that vote for Kim Johnson say I was going in voting for the other person.
To be fair, Ethan is like one of the worst ever at the jury speech.
Yeah, he's not that good, and Kim is surprisingly like decent.
He literally almost fumbles that final tribal, which is insane.
Yeah, Ethan beforehand says, I think the girls are going to vote for Kim and the boys are going to vote for me, and Brandon is the tiebreaker, which is just hilarious because, first of all, like, it's kind of fucked up. And second of all, he immediately shit talks Brandon in his jury speech where Brandon's trying to get him to throw dirt on another jury member, like, who is the least deserving juror. But you can't choose me or some shit. And Ethan's like, well, I would choose you.
Ethan is very lucky that he had every vote locked in coming in because he royally fumbles the bag on some of these people.
Yeah.
Again, I think his answer should be, I guess, Bobby John, because he was the first one. I think that's what it should say.
And I know we mentioned this.
That is the funniest one. I don't care. That is the funniest one. Especially because Stephanie answers that one so terribly, and Danny answers that question perfectly.
Yeah. Funny stuff. All right. And then I know we've mentioned this before earlier, but I am a big fan of Kim winning that final Amelia challenge and having to pick between Ethan and Lex when she's saying, that she really loves them both equally. But it's
Lex,
very bittersweet.
But Lex feels like he thinks that he deserves it more.
Oh god, it's so funny.
Like I do genuinely believe her reasoning. Like, yeah, that's kind of corny or whatever, but like I get it. Like I do genuinely get it where it's like Lex feels like he earned it. Ethan feels like he didn't. She wants to reward someone she feels shows a little bit more humility. And I think that's kind of a beautiful way for that to end, I think. And it gives us Ethan as a winner who, we'll talk about once we get to Ethan, but I think was a very important person to win Survivor. Like Lex winning would have been cool and all that, but it was nice having a young winner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was also important because obviously Richard was not very well liked at the time, and Tina was like liked, but like nowhere near as liked as Colby. So the fact that the fan favorite won this time around was very much needed in order to make sure that Survivor still had like a massive fan base.
Yeah. I feel I also like sometimes forget that on Africa, Lex was just casually like 40.
Yeah, he was 38. I think.
Lex was pushing 40.
Yeah, he was fairly old.
It's crazy. Yeah, he's like even 63 now.
Yeah, even back to your point about fan favorite or whatever. Of course, they edit this knowing the results. But I was watching some advertisements, and they had an advertisement for the Survivor Africa finale, and they're like, Tom, the good old boy, Kim, the retired mom, or some shit like that, Lex, the tatted freak, and then they're like, and Ethan, the fan favorite. Tune in to see who will win. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I wonder who's gonna win.
And Ethan, winner.
Tune in to watch Ethan win next Sunday on the Survivor finale. Yeah. All right. Well, shout out to Kim Johnson. I'm ready for the next one.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Yeah, that was
Yep.
good stuff.
All right, next up, we're really heating up, getting to another absolute, banger television character. We got Linda Spencer.
Linda.
Okay, yeah.
What a character.
Mother Africa, bro.
Yep.
It was so important to cast someone that I think just like beat that drum, Like I know
like not only like looked at Africa as like, this great area, looked at but like looking at Africa as like a god.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What she say? Civilization started here. The Boron people are all, not Boron. The Samburu people are all joking around, and I remember. I think it's Lindsay is talking to Brandon and Kim, and they're talking about tampons or some shit like that, and they called it like tampanu. It's like don't mess with the Samburu tampanus or so, some bullshit that they're like laughing about. It's pissing off Linda, and she says something like, I don't know if this makes any sense, but this is the mother country for me. I've been here many times. I have tremendous respect. And, when the tribe was joking and reciting all that, I was thinking of how this was so disrespectful because the Samburu people, started civilization ages and ages ago. And I'm glad that was acknowledged on the show. Like, I think that was important to have someone that's spiritually in tune with the land they're on.
Yeah, just has respect for, the continent. That's
Yeah, because they go into a lot of detail about the culture surrounding Africa a lot throughout this season. So it's definitely important to get like those people that respect the culture and the ones that very much will not respect the culture.
Yeah. Well, I love when they finally lose, when Samburu finally loses, and she says something about that, this place can feel our spirits, and they knew we didn't have harmony anymore. Our idol goddess won't live in a home of conflict. She left to find peace. I'm just like, damn, that's hard.
Do you think they're ever going to get another person who thinks that the immunity idol is real life?
Oh yeah, just wait 3 more seasons.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then Linda and Lindsay have an underrated dynamic also. Of course, at the beginning, I remember Linda is looking through the medical supplies when they're about to, build the, they have the good idea to use the glass in the telescope to, undo it and start a fire that way. But I think it's Linda is the one that's looking. I think Linda and little Kim are looking through the medical supplies, and Linda finds a tampon, and she's like, "Linz, it's your birthday," and throws her a tampon. and then, of course,
Linda's so delightfully crazy. I mean, every time she's just around here, she's just doing something ridiculous, and of course, yeah, her beautiful hatred for Lindsay just makes for so many fantastic moments, like the tampon stuff, and of course the most notable one, your mama never hugged you.
That's like the greatest thing ever said on the show.
Me, I want to be a part of the team. How about she's like, we have Tree Bell and we have 30 minutes before the challenge. It's like, can one of y'all read it? No, I insist. One of you read it.
And Brandon, and then we cut to like Brandon in confessional of like, Linda, there's these two completely different sides to her. When you first see her, she's like a really nice, motherly person, and then she just went crazy.
Man, it's so great.
And we do get like a scene in the recap episode where Linda apologizes to Lindsay over that whole thing, which
they shouldn't have. She should have been weird and mean about it more.
Yeah. And another great scene that I think is the episode beforehand is, of course, the scene where like Lindsay like breaks down and is crying. I think she ended up, being like severely dehydrated, and that's what happened. And she's crying. She's like, "I'd rather take a broken bone over this. I'd rather die
Oh
right
yeah,
now than deal with this
I
pain.
think I
If we
mentioned that one.
if we don't get rid of Frank, I'll kill myself." And Linda rolls up and she's like, "What's wrong, sweetie?" And then she's like, "Linda, go away. This, that." And the great Linda confessional. She's like, "Oh, Lindsay always prides herself and is always telling us that she's the strongest person she knows and nothing will ever stop her. Well, I guess she's not so strong." It's like, holy fuck.
One of the greatest lines ever spoken.
And then, of course, the second Samburu Tribal Council, where Linda ends up going home beforehand. The Mallrats have the genius plan of getting them all together. Silas gets on the knee or whatever and tells them their plan. Like, hey, how about y'all all vote for Lindsay tonight? So there's only one person with past votes. And Linda says, "What's in it for us?" And it cuts to Brandon immediately saying, "Nothing." We get like all the reaction shots from like Teresa and Frank and Linda. They're like, "What the fuck?"
Nothing, bro.
And Linda's the one that's like, really hate. Well, they're all hating on Silas, but she has the confessional where she's like, "I don't want to see Silas win the $1 million. Any of the other three, I could stomach that, but something's not right about Silas."
Yeah, she says he has like evil inside of him, which
she called it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Remember, Mother Africa is always around, watching and listening.
I don't know how much we're gonna get into Silas post game stuff because it's a bit heavy, but
yeah, we'll touch on it once we get to him a bit.
Yeah, no, we're not going to go over these. I don't think we're going to go over these specific details, but let's just say it's really, really bad.
Yeah, he's a very bad guy.
Yep.
Look it up if you're interested.
Big Linda fan. She's phenomenal. I wish this was the first season where they put the black castaways on separate tribes, which I noticed, and I really wish they didn't. I think it would have been really cool to have a scene with Linda and another black castaway talking together about Africa.
Or they could put more than 2 black people in the show. But yeah,
that's always another option. That would be cool if they,
That's always another option that the early seasons do not bother with.
Yeah. Big true.
It's
very much like Linda. Very spiritually connected. Another great scene is there's a great scene where I think it's Linda and Frank. They get up early together, and Frank is carving his wife's name on his torch, his wife and his children's names on his torch, and they just share this really nice moment with the sunrise. And then, of course, Linda is so concrete that she's at the bottom of the Hoover Dam. So
everyone does know that about her. It's very true.
Yeah. What the? Yeah, no, he's like, he says that, and you're just like, what the hell does that even mean?
Namaste.
Namaste.
Any more Linda for anyone? Oh, she was like a Harvard recruiter or something, right? Or worked in admission.
Yeah,
look into those like Met Survivor players. A lot of them are like, "Oh yeah, I went to Harvard. And I met Linda Spencer."
That's so good. That's so great.
Yeah. I feel like if you told her she was on Survivor, I feel like she'd like to talk about it. Seems the type.
Yeah, she's also one of those people that like I remember if you read all her pre-press material, like I think Survivor is genuinely like a blimp in her life. Like I bet she'd talk about it or whatever, but she's just done so much cool shit. Like I don't even think Survivor is in like the top like 5 coolest things she's even done in Africa. Like, in Africa alone, Survivor is probably like the 5th coolest thing she's done there.
The coolest thing she ever did was on Survivor, yelling at Lindsay, "Did your mama never hug you?"
I think it was drinking a ton of blood and giving a crazy smile to the camera.
Actually, no, that was.
That was like one of the most deranged smiles you'll ever see.
Legacy. The mouthful of blood.
So good.
Oh, what a star! She was awesome.
Mhm.
It says something about the cast that she's this low, because she's just awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just so many people are so good.
It's almost
right,
like
who is number
this
10?
one casting was the best in the history of the show. So next up we have T-Bird, Teresa Cooper, who
All
I
right,
think
we have a bit of a separation here a little bit.
most, yeah, in terms of averages, but I think most, if anyone's watching or listening to this that isn't in tune with like Rankdown or whatever, are probably shocked at how low she is, considering how popular she is amongst more hardcore fans nowadays.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like I still see
Mhm.
I still see T-Bird getting a good bit of love throughout a lot of places, which is nice.
People, for the RHAP season 50 cast poll, which you know, there are many things to be said about the people who vote for that. T-Bird made the final 20, which
Yeah.
is awesome.
Which
Hey,
is
remember when we had a chance to get Teresa on a season of Survivor? Where were y'all
and
then,
That's true.
motherfuckers?
But instead we let Kelly Wentworth,
and
Yeah,
Monica Padilla.
Padilla,
Monica Padilla, and Tasha
fucking
Fox, and
Kareem.
Well, Tasha was getting on no matter
Yeah,
what.
Tasha was getting on. Shireen was always
Right.
getting on. But like, still, come on, it's like Teresa's right there, y'all.
Monica Padilla.
That one is more baffling than Wentworth, because Wentworth had just played.
Wentworth is more baffling. Monica's fun in her boot episode.
Wentworth,
In terms of the
because
content of the
Wentworth,
season, yeah.
you can just explain away with recency bias because of stupid voters. Monica, you can't do that. That
Yeah.
just makes no sense.
What did she do on Sam Wendell-Star?
Yeah, she the strategic badass of Drew Christie.
Yeah, she owes
she played
an
Drew Christie
underrated game.
in Farm Guy 69.
True.
Okay, 69.
They're easily the worst duo in that whole season, I think, is Dale and Kelly. But anyways, back to Teresa.
Yes.
Yeah, someone I do like, I do think is fairly low key, but I still really do think Teresa is a pretty good part of this season and a very good final Samburu.
Yeah, she's a really likable presence. I just think she's a much more subtle one, which is why her getting so much love was always surprising to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, I think she's a great
likable
player that just was on the end of a, just it wasn't on the side of the votes.
Yeah, I think if it's a couple seasons later and like flips are a thing that can happen, I think it's not impossible that she's a Survivor winner.
I think.
I think we almost does happen. Like, I think if Brandon stays true, she could be the Survivor winner of Africa.
Yeah. She had
probably
it
put her on the next season, and she probably does. She probably does succeed a little bit more than she does here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what really is like the main selling point about Teresa is that she always seems to have that smile on her face. She always just seems to be having a fun time with everybody, and that's always really what makes it makes her so fun. And my favorite T-Bird scene personally is when she reveals the story about her having sex on the airplane.
Yes.
Yeah, never have I ever. That's great.
Never have I. Oh god, yeah.
Well, that's a great scene in general. I was playing that with my cousins this weekend, and I had to throw in the never have I ever broken the honor of a handshake. I just, only me and my brother, we were the only ones that like died laughing when I said that, but it was still worth it.
This is such a fantastic moment. But yeah, obviously, much like we talked about with how we talked about with Kim as like a little bit more, Kim Powers as a little bit more of that neutral face on the younger tribe. it's kind of similar way with like Teresa on the older tribe, because Carl, Linda, and Frank would like constantly talk about how much the younger tribe sucked and sucked and sucked and all that. But
Yeah, she was more interested in like knowing them as people.
yeah, Teresa does like try her best to work with what she has with them. And I think that's also in a way definitely needed for this season, to have those contrasts on both sides. And just in general, she has a great friendship with Frank, as constantly trying to have to make up for Frank's lack of social skills.
Yeah, and
Like, come
you
on,
were
Frank,
saying,
you gotta join the circle, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, does Frank play Never Have I Ever without Teresa? No. Oh, my bad.
Frank played Never Have I Ever.
My hand hit
plays
my laptop key for a second,
Yeah.
but
yeah,
we don't get the Never Have I Ever broken the honor of a handshake without T-Bird.
Yeah,
what's
and,
so great also, oh, real quick, in these like early seasons and a lot of stuff, we most of us end up rooting for the older castaways, but we see why Frank or Carl or Linda would be fucking hard to live with. Like, I thought that was a perfect dichotomy where you were saying that in each group there's like 3 of the 4 where you could be like, oh yeah, I can see why you would be a problem to live with, or this, that. But there's one person in each group where you're like, oh, you know what? You're doing your best. You're pretty cool.
Yeah, and also, of course, Teresa's obviously very good in the beginning of the merge, where her deal with Clarence at the challenge, where
that is.
she ends up feeling a bit bad for him, and she tells him that she won't vote for him, and she's gonna vote wherever he does, and she ends up voting Lex, and we all know what happens after that.
Lex was cool about it, right?
Oh yeah. Well,
Lex was, there was no reaction to that whatsoever.
Clarence kept his word, so which I did actually think that was actually pretty sweet, because she justifies it. Like, Clarence kept his word; he lost rock paper scissors, and he stepped down. So I feel like I need to keep my word, and I will, I'll make sure Clarence doesn't leave as a unanimous boot. Save him a bit of that embarrassment. But that whole just throwaway vote triggers so much of Lex's paranoia and his gut, and he's like, he sniffs out the wrong person, and he has no idea until that final 5 episode when Teresa finally lets it clean, and Lex is just like, what the fuck?
He never once suspects Teresa at all. Like, there's just literally a scene where Lex is like, immediately goes up to her without even prompting anything, and is just like, listen, I do not suspect you at all. I have no suspicion.
Because she does that, isn't the first unanimous merge boot Elizabeth?
From 37, from David versus Goliath.
Yeah.
Just because she wanted to be a homie to Clarence, and respect the fact that he kept his word. Yeah,
that's and those are obviously just fantastic setups for what we're gonna see later on in the merge with everything that Lex does. And then, of course, she also has a great moment in like the final 7 where Frank has the infamous moment of talking about liberal interest groups and the gun controls, and you can tell she just is, and she's trying her best to just get him to shut up.
We're gonna talk about that more probably, but it always gets me that he's like, who should I talk to this about? Or who should I talk to about this? And he's like, oh, Lex and Ethan. They'll be my last. Like, big Tom's right there, man. Just talk to Tom about it.
And like, probably, again, something of note. I don't know if he was. He probably was at the time, but like, I mean, even again, Big Tom now is woke.
Yeah, Lex made Tom woke.
Yeah.
Goated. That is so good.
Something about Teresa also that gets brought up, and I think this is like one of the times Survivor. If I were a producer, I would have rigged this shit to make it happen, and they should have. Is the AIDS hospital visit? Because, it's revealed that Teresa's brother had passed away from AIDS, and it means a lot to her. We get a couple really good confessionals, and we get a lot of really good stuff from Lex, because I think Lex is a great confessional giver and someone who is also very empathetic. Yeah. But I can imagine that scene with someone who is knowledgeable, because they were had a damn sibling pass away to this disease back in the 80s, when it was such a no thing. Like I wasn't alive for the AIDS epidemic of that time, but anytime I talk with someone, they're like, oh yeah, the way people just talked about AIDS, it was this very disgusting thing, and it's almost, you didn't talk about it in a sense. And no one, I guess, well, first of all, a lot of people were ignorant. A lot of people used it as a reason for homophobia. But there's also a lot of misinformation and stuff like that. So it is actually kind of quite remarkable that on network TV in 2001, we were able to have, something like the AIDS hospital visit on the show, and Lex and Teresa giving really good confessionals about the AIDS epidemic in Africa.
Yeah,
I mean, it was close enough after the Clinton administration to where you could do that.
Yeah, and Real World 3 and all that.
Real World 3 did kind of break the seal there.
With Pedro, and you had Bill Clinton saying that watching Real World San Francisco taught him a lot about AIDS. It's just like, wow.
You think
wait, pause.
Bill Clinton
is that actually a real quote?
Yeah, something akin to that. He's like,
Real World Paris was a big deal, like bigger than any of the other seasons by a lot.
Well,
San Francisco has solid. Yeah, I meant San Francisco. Yes, Paris is
Clinton watching Real World.
Do we think any?
He's the hit president, man.
Do we think any United States presidents have watched Survivor? I mean, Trump.
Trump for
at
sure.
Least the first couple, yeah, definitely Trump, when he was, Burnett and him are still really homies.
I'm sure plenty of them have.
Yeah, I bet at least those first couple. Like I bet W watched it. Clinton. I could see Jimmy Carter watching it in retirement or something.
I looked up Barack Obama Survivor, and Peter showed up. I thought I would get him talking about it.
Peter showed up too.
Yep, Peter and Jeff Kent. That's what I'm getting.
By the time
Jeff Yurkowski and Jeff.
By the time I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh no, wait, yeah. By the time Survivor aired, Joe Biden was already too old to remember what TV was.
This man couldn't remember the network channels, bro.
But yeah, obviously another thing that obviously gets brought up throughout a lot of Teresa's run is that she is a very enjoyably scrappy underdog throughout most of her late run in the merge.
Yeah, she's a fun underdog.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly trying to get Kim Johnson to flip. Never succeeding, of course, but
Yeah, I remember Big Tom calls her a real good woman. You can tell.
Yeah, no, Big Tom. Big Tom will. Big Tom makes a lot of comments about Teresa's
on the cast
looks.
Yeah. I remember Teresa in I forget which episode. I think it was even before she got voted off. Like, this was like early merge when she's trying to get Kim Johnson to flip. She straight up says Ethan is going to win the whole thing, because what bad can you say about Ethan? And yeah, Kim Johnson. It happened.
Yeah.
It's also great that she's able to tell Lex about what happened at Final Five. She ends up like pulling blame on Big Tom, which like causes Lex and Tom to have that massive fight.
Yeah, underrated great fight that like one of the first things of that finale is that Tom and Lex fight.
Yeah.
The only bad thing about T-Bird is that she is a Braves fan.
If you're from Atlanta, I guess.
I am a Mets fan. There's no excuse.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh morning. Yeah, the Mets need to the Mets need to get back on track there, man.
I'm going to the game on Thursday, and if they still don't win a single game by then, I am going with a paper bag over my head.
I did see
and having the expectation that I won't do it, I won't endorse it, but I will have the expectation that you know the fucking WNBA thing where people are fucking throwing dildos on the court. They do that at the Mets game.
Okay.
Jesus.
I did see the Mets at Fenway this year because I figured I had to go there soon because I hadn't been there in a few years, but Sox took the dub on that one.
Yeah, I went to Fenway like a week ago.
I went to Fenway when I was 4.
Yeah,
I'm a Sox fan. I've been there about 4 times now.
I'm a Rangers fan. I'm glad we finally got one.
You're not an Astros fan?
Oh no, fuck the Astros, dog. I hate the fucking Astros.
Trash can.
Remember, no, and then that reminds me, of course, Russell Hantz. I don't even like Boston Red Sox. Houston Astros, baby.
All right, what do we got next, though? What do we got next?
Yeah. All right. Next up,
we love you, T.
We're
we're pushing 3 hours already.
Oh fuck! I thought we were at like 1:45 maybe. Wow. Fuck. Anyways, it's Kelly next.
That's crazy. Okay.
Like Ultimate.
Oh yeah, the two funkies on there is something else.
Yeah. Oh, also, something I forgot to mention about T-Bird. With Regis Poll, she's top 100 of all time.
Yeah, she's very high.
That's that RHAP boost. Like I love Teresa.
It probably is. I think a lot of the art style people get pushed a little bit higher than they belong.
I think so too. But good on her.
First off,
couldn't happen to a sweeter lady.
But I like.
First off, I love how blurry that second picture is.
It was the only one I could find, and it was on the fucking Reddit post.
Second off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, Kelly Goldsmith. I got a lot
of
her.
In her application,
I wrote funky. I wrote funky instead of nope. There, oops.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, I said that. Yeah, I said that. I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, no, it's all good.
In her application for Survivor, she lists manipulating men as one of her favorite hobbies.
That's awesome.
That's one of the questions that fucking on Fallen Comrades, and all 4 of them get that one correct. So
yeah, all 4 of them get that one correct. They know damn well.
They're like, oh hell yeah, we know. Kelly is also someone who, when I think about it, I'm just like, how the fuck did she last that long? And she even mentions that in her little rites of passage, little speech. She's like, I don't know how I got past the part with all those boulders and shit. Because that's a pretty little girl and stuff, but she hacks it. And I like her dynamic on Boron, but I really think she kind of comes into her own at around the swap now that she's with younger people, and you start seeing her and Lex kind of the friction between them two.
Where Lex makes the super spoon.
The super spoon. She's like, this man's losing it out here. He's making the fucking super spoon. The Uber spoon.
The Uber spoon or whatever it is. Yeah,
I know that it is called the Uber spoon.
Yeah, he's like, this guy's a creepy dad. This man just goes into dad mode and starts doing shit sometimes.
That's where Kelly really starts going into her bitchy side a little bit, and there's a great scene in the recap episode where all the Baran tribe mates are talking about how ridiculous Clarence's war paint is that he puts on himself. and Kelly is like brutal about it. Like she just openly destroys that man.
One of
She's fucking mean. Like the confessional where she's like talking about Frank in particular.
Yeah, we should talk about how Frank. What the hell did she say about?
Yeah,
personality disorder, but there's like pills to fix that now or something.
There's like he needs to take like the medication to fix his social skills or something.
I'm just like,
yes.
shit.
One of my favorite Kelly Goldsmith moments is during the swap when she sent over to Samburu, and it's the Mallrats waiting there, and there's old Lex and Big Tom, but Kelly's gonna get along with us. But then Kelly's with Lex and Tom being like, yo, these people are lazy as fuck.
Yeah, the fact that you get like a young person that also is just like, God, these people suck is
I remember
really
Kim Powers, she says, she goes up to Kelly, she's like, oh, do you, like all enthusiastic, oh, do y'all just lay around on camp all day too? And she's just like, what? Is that what y'all do?
You just oh my
There's another great moment in the tribe swap where she has a confessional because all the people that get swapped are the ones that are everyone's freaking out, but especially the people who have to move camps. And she says, "I'm not a member of the Samburu tribe. The red is a red herring, a false flag." Because I was like, "Oh shit!" Because she got swapped to the red tribe. She's like, "That's just a red herring." And I think she has something which I always thought was kind of interesting because they swap and she's like, first of all, like they all talk about like, oh fuck, we're going to the rest of the tribal councils because now Baran has Silas, Clarence, and Ethan and Frank. They're like they have the 4 strongest men on season on their thing now. But then she also
loses the first challenge.
Well, yeah, but
they do on purpose. They throw it.
I don't think they lose a single challenge they were planning on losing after the swap.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, like realistically, Silas could have made the merge if they just, wanted to, but they didn't. But she also points out that they're talking about the new members of the tribe, their new tribe mates, and they're like, we like Brandon the best. Kim is sweet, but Lindsay, yeah, she's pretty fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could tell right away what Lindsay's deal was.
Mm-hmm.
But then of course, Kelly and Lex's rivalry comes to a full hunt where Lex, of course, immediately starts thinking, you know what? Kelly is the person that voted for me that round.
Yeah. Well, even before that, what I really like, kind of an underrated moment where Kelly's the one that's pushing back on, well, hey, why are we voting off Baran? We have the numbers. Why are we voting off Clarence? And she's saying, that Clarence has really grown on her, and and he changed his ways, and he listened to their feedback, and he's a good guy now, and they should stick together. But Lex is putting the foot down and saying,
saying that they all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, telling Clarence that we all want to get rid of you. And Kelly is directly like contrasting that in confessionals, like saying, Lex telling Clarence that he's getting voted off, like if that's any more ethical,
Which, of course, it's funny because
a
lot of people obviously, people will rag on, him getting the whole witch hunt thing wrong, which, I get. But at the same time, let's say you don't know who the stray vote is in his shoes. Who do you immediately suspect?
Yeah, the person who's always fighting with you. Yeah,
let's be real. I think most people would have probably suspected Kelly first in his shoes.
Yeah. I totally I don't think that's like embarrassingly bad read. It's just one that kind of goes back to haunt him.
Yeah. I also want to point out her voting confessional at Final Tribal where she's quoting The Graduate.
Yeah, where she's going crazy. Yeah, where she's like, where she goes all snappy about The Graduate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like her
and-
speech. I don't really care for the graduate part, but her speech is great where she's talking about how hurt she was, especially that Kim Johnson was not willing to stand up for her when they all flop on her. But she's like, but you did get to do something I really wanted to do, which was give Lex his own walk of shame. Because I think Lex refers to getting voted off as the walk of shame at one point, and Kelly takes great offense to that. She wears that walk of shame shirt on the jury and all that because she's gloriously petty.
Dear Lord, bro.
It is really funny how petty she is.
Yeah,
petty on levels I wish I could achieve sometimes.
Yeah, it's also funny how bad she is at these individual challenges. Like she can't figure out how to do that plank thing, that they do on occasion nowadays still, even where they have to jump on the plank to get the item in the basket up top, or when they're holding up their arms for the water. Jeff asked Kelly something and she's like, "Oh, I love doing this. I do this at home. We don't get enough of this in life." See, she always just has a little snappy thing to say about everything, and great casting pick. I'm a big Kelly fan.
Really funny.
And it is a little, I guess disappointing that she's never returned despite being in the mix like every time. She got called
and being a casting director at one point.
Yeah, she was like the last cut for All Stars, so she got to be on casting for Vanuatu.
Yeah. Oh, another Kelly.
She was called for season 50.
Hell yeah! Well, I think they were going through all their like young early people, and she is she the youngest on this cast? I feel like there's a very good chance she could be the youngest on this cast.
Maybe
because the youngest of the Borneo cast is on season 50, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, let's just call the young people that were on early seasons at least.
She's 22.
Because we know they called Nalia. They obviously called Hassel. Yeah, Kelly's the youngest.
Yeah,
and also one of two with a Wikipedia page besides Ethan.
Yeah, well, her dad's like a fairly proficient professor, and also like written a lot of like pretty prominent books in that field, if I remember correctly. Like Kelly's made her own as a professor also, but
yeah, I mean, she went to Duke and Yale and works at Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Her dad has a Wikipedia page.
Yeah. One last thing.
Good for her.
One last thing I want to say about Kelly also is I do like her in that, in her Ultimate Boot episode, and she ends up flipping to the Simbarus because the Borons are going to flip on her. And she says some things like, I've noticed Lex hasn't laid down the law on who to vote for like he always does. And that makes her figure out, oh shit, Lex is just going to vote me off because, she could tell that Lex isn't the best at keeping his intentions a secret.
And he gets Brandon to flip.
Mm-hmm.
Which low key is honestly quite impressive. I don't think he gets enough credit for that, but
it's crazy.
Boron should have lost Survivor on multiple occasions. It's kind of crazy they're the winning tribe because personality wise, I think if all things were equal, they should be the winning tribe. But they threw away all their water and then they cannibalize like 2 rounds too early. And they still win. Yeah. So shout out, Kelly.
Yeah, shout out.
All right, who is that?
8? It's Brandon Quinton.
Oh my god, he's bald.
Sugar Bear. Fellow Dallas.
He's bald and fat now. So good for him. That means he's made it. So
his eyes are still so blue.
I wonder if he's still in Dallas. I might have ran into Brandon Quinton. I'll have to look out for anyone that looks like the modern day Brandon Quinton.
I mean, aren't you trying to get to Jed Hildebrand's dentist?
Yeah, I I do need to go to the dentist, and like I could just go to Jed's dentist office. So maybe I'll try to do that before we do the Thailand podcast.
You should. Yes.
Yeah, so you can get the full scoop on Jed Hildebrand's experience on
That's
Thailand.
about the net. Jed,
Well, yeah, Brandon is very underrated. He is so
Overhated
funny.
too.
Very overhated, yeah.
Yeah, people hate him, and it's like, why? Well,
How dare he vote out Kelly?
Yeah,
Like, bro, get over yourself. But yeah, no, that is Brandon is low key one of the funniest people on in the first few seasons. I'm gonna be completely real. He is just so ridiculously bitchy all the time. It is just constantly so amazing. And obviously he has that great quote about Linda that I mentioned earlier in the Linda segment. He obviously has the great seemingly very on and off friendship with Lindsay, where 1 minute they'll be talking about how sad, where Brandon will be all sad that Lindsay's going home because they were so close and blah blah blah, and then we cut to the very next episode where Brandon's talking in a confessional about how I hate being around I love the fact that I'm gay because being around a girl that cries all the time would have just been the worst.
Oh man.
a funny thing. I'll just get this out of the way. The scene with before we even get to the stuff with Frank, the scene with Brandon and Big Tom is so funny.
Oh yeah, the one with
Yeah.
is that the one where Big Tom's talking about his experience in a gay bar?
Yes, and then in confessional, Brandon was like, "Yeah, he was going off about like accidentally running into a gay bar, and by that point, I just stopped paying attention." and then he makes it a point to again, Brandon and Frank, we know absolutely don't like each other, but like Brandon, he tries with Big Tom. They're like, "Hey, we're both Southern. We can bond over that," and they do.
Yeah, they both grew up on a farm. I
Yeah.
think they mentioned that in that secret scene in
Mhm.
the recap episode.
Yeah, so they wouldn't have expected as much, but yeah,
Exactly.
whatever.
It's a very it's a less poignant you compare it to like Rich and Rudy, and it's like less poignant and less like, less of a
Less of a bond, honestly.
yeah, it's less of it is less of a bond. It's like, oh, they have a nice moment together. They respect each other as people. They like each other as people, but I mean, you really just get the one scene and then that's it. But
Then when you get to his relationship with Frank, that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
One thing I think is great about that is when the Baran people swap, they immediately assume that Frank put a vote on Brandon.
Yeah, they do
do.
that. Yeah, and then once they merge or
Immediately just-
whatever, they
Like, I don't think we ever see like Frank be like directly homophobic on the show, but it's very much implied that he is a very homophobic person.
yeah.
I think it's like they didn't want to show it, but they wanted the viewer to be able to realize what was
piece it
happening.
together.
Yeah. Yeah, piece the line together.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Well, later on we get talk like at the merge, like Kelly and Kim Johnson are talking about how Frank should go before Clarence because they think Frank is a sexist. Even though like it's kind of like the same deal with the homophobia where it's like
Frank votes for T-Bird over anybody though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
we're not directly shown evidence one way or another, but you can kind of read between the lines why someone would feel this, think this about Frank, and I don't necessarily think they're wrong per se, but
It's
a
not
lot of
confusing.
times stuff like this isn't always explicit.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about one of my favorite Brandon moments, which is another food-related moment that I think it goes underratedly fucked up in the history of Survivor. Is Brandon cooking extra food for his alliance while the old people are out working and they're like, they sleep in or whatever, and then Brandon gets up and decides to quickly cook up some food, and he gives it all to Silas and Lindsay and Kim, and then once they get back. He's just like, they can cook their own damn food and they can scrape the pot and all that shit. I'm just like, oh my god, what the fuck? Like, no wonder why they were so fucking hated. And then, of course, we talked about it earlier with, but the way he goes, nothing when they're asked, well, what will we get in return for voting for Lindsay? Because like Brandon and Silas are saying that we won't even tell them who's going to be the next one voted off, even though they have all the power, which is just also fucked up.
Yeah, because they just like openly start being like that to the older people. Like, what benefit would we get in this? And then then the older people just put their votes on Silas to be petty.
So funny.
Yeah,
a lot of pettiness on this season, which is obviously fantastic.
Funny also because
I've hated each other so much.
When Lindsay wins the tiebreaker, she comes back to camp all like pissed off that they voted for her, and she's all braggadocious about it. And Brandon has this confessional where he's like upset that he says like people are living in the moment and not thinking about the consequences of what they say, which is all pretty funny coming from Brandon.
Which is hilarious coming from Brandon.
Yeah, the fact that he ends up screwing over Samburu, but then also he lets it slip that Lindsay has passed votes or whatever. He didn't realize Kelly was like right behind them because the original Samburu 3 were thinking that they were going to have to go into a tiebreaker. So their plan was to get all the votes on Brandon because he had no past votes.
Yeah, and then they were going to vote for like Big Tom because they assumed that he wouldn't win or whatever.
Yeah, they thought he would be like the stupidest when it came to African trivia. Which really isn't like a terrible plan or anything like that, but he's trying to calm down Lindsay because Lindsay's freaking the fuck out about it, and Brandon is like, "Come on, they'll vote for me. They won't vote for you." It's like I have no past votes. Yeah, they end up voting for Lindsay for a couple reasons. Because first they overheard Brandon, but also I think it's Kim Johnson throws up an L or something when they're at a challenge together. And some shit like that. But we also get that great little scene where Lindsay is contemplating on maybe she should throw Brandon under the bus now, and she ultimately doesn't. And
honestly, she should have. I would have loved to have more Lindsay. She's awesome.
Yeah.
I know.
And of course we of course have not mentioned yet the epic date with him and Frank watching Out of Africa.
Yes.
Yeah. So peak.
Forget it. Out of Africa.
And they say a 3-hour-long movie.
And they say Survivor's never had a queer showmance before.
Real.
Which is
they have their popcorn and candy and all that great stuff.
And Out of Africa is still to this day somehow the best film they've ever watched on a reward.
That is hilariously true, actually. Oh my god.
Fucking Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill. Gulliver's Travels.
The Gulliver's Travels bit is so good because I just remember they're watching it and Chase Rice starts laughing really hard and he's like, dude, Jack Black is so fat.
He wasn't wrong. Well, also it's really funny about all that too. Maybe the Lord of the Flies that they watch in All Stars, the 1950s one or whatever, is all right. I don't know.
I forgot they did that.
That one's ass.
Okay, I'd never seen that one. And then Treasure Island.
Oh God, I forgot about Treasure Island.
That one's a TV show.
TV show, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
God. But yeah, no. One thing I love about the Brandon Frank relationship is that Brandon just openly states that he does not want to vote with Frank whatsoever because of because of his prejudices. Which I kind of have to respect that.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, I think that's an interesting thing. Is everyone draws their own moral lines one way or another, and he didn't want to be seen associated with Frank, and also Brandon. We do get seeds of Brandon being, individualistic and trying to further himself in the game. Like once Lindsay's voted off, he says he's going to start distancing himself from Kim because he knows Simber is a sinking ship at this point.
And there's and he also has a very interesting dynamic with Lex at the last couple episodes there, where Lex kind of latches onto him a little bit because he kind of relates a little bit to that whole feeling of them kind of being outsiders in the average society, which is kind of why Lex wants to help him out a little bit because he's obviously aware a little bit of how people like Frank might be acting towards him.
Yeah. But what's so great about Brandon flipping on his whole tribe too is, Ethan and Tom bring up, wow, if he's willing to flip on his whole tribe, why should we let him in ours now? Like
that's the contrast in thinking there. Ethan and Tom just blatantly do not trust him, and Lex just keeps on yapping about how we need to trust Brandon, guys. We need to trust, and Ethan and Tom just having none of it.
Yeah, and it really shows that like Tom and Ethan can undermine Lex in a way because Lex didn't lay down the law on that one. Everyone voted for Brandon except Lex and obviously Brandon. So yeah, I always thought that was a pretty good episode and shows a little bit of Lex's for as much as we think Lex has this shit on lock, he can still be undermined.
Which I will get to it later, but I love Lex's hatred for Frank.
Oh,
man.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. We ready to move on?
Yeah.
All right.
Good by me.
Next up, we have Silas.
Oh my god! It's the mugshot.
Yes, that's his mugshot from and of course I had to drop the TMZ watermark. Obviously, elephant in the room. Disclaimer. Silas Gaither is an absolute massive piece of shit, abysmal human being. He will be burning in hell. I'm assuming if you're listening to this podcast, you know what he did. If you don't, sexual assault, putting it extremely, extremely, extremely lightly.
Yeah,
he may be the worst human being to ever play Survivor, and that's kind of saying a lot, considering it's the same show that had Scoopin' and Pascal.
Yeah.
Damn, Pappy catching strays. I get it though.
Pappy's a racist judge, man. That's a pretty.
Hey, he's a fair and consistent judge. I heard Pappy say it himself.
Oh yeah, no, Silas.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Silas.
Yeah, no, Silas huge piece
might
of shit.
take. Yeah, even with Scoopin's work, Silas might take the cake.
Silas has my vote. Like, if you really want to stretch it into some other shit, I wouldn't roll my eyes if someone said Yule is the most evil person to be on Survivor. But I think it's Silas.
Yule is like an individual,
this man did
immoral person. Like,
yeah, Yule is a part
and there
of
is like and there is like Spilo, of course, as well, who is still getting fired from movie roles to this day.
Yeah, because of the Spilo. Holy shit!
No, he got fired from that just for like being an asshole.
Hey, but he said the conflict in Israel.
He blamed it on the fact. Yeah,
it's because I support Israel.
Damn,
what a guy.
Yeah,
but yeah, no.
Obviously, I mean, if you think about, the follow the star theory and Ethan, Silas is a direct juxtaposition to Ethan, literally being portrayed as the Antichrist,
I kind of love that.
which
That's actually a great comparison.
makes a lot of sense knowing where he is now.
There's a really excellent shot I remember where he's like tending the fire, and you can see that the fire, it looks like it's his eyes are made of fire and he's breathing smoke.
It's a great shot.
It's
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yep.
Very clearly intentional.
Yeah, like I have Silas at like 8, but that's because this cast is like so stacked. But yeah, no, he is
Same with
a phenomenal pre-merge villain, one of the best.
Yeah, he's probably.
I mean, he literally is the devil of Samburu.
Yeah, and because he starts out not that bad. He actually starts out pretty normal, and like he's like obviously got a lot of control on the tribe to start things off. He has the trust of the old people at the beginning, as well as the younger people. But then after that first vote, when he goes with the younger people, that's when he turns on jerkaholic mode, and he just starts making the old people just bow down to whatever he wants, and they I feel like they hate Lindsay. Obviously, they all hate Lindsay, but I think they all hated Silas more. I had to guess.
By the end of it, I think they did.
By the end of yeah.
Chip.
By the time they were voting Linda off, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they just were like, Silas is so like pretentiously douchey. They make fun of all his, gather round team Neil speeches he makes. He's bouncing orders.
They call him cheesy.
Yeah. And it's weird because it's like Silas is someone I remember like at the time watching it for the first time. It's interesting because you really grow to like dislike him. Where at the beginning I kind of respected him, even when he like took sides with the younger castaways. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. You wouldn't think someone from Tennessee would maybe choose to have his closest ally be fucking Brandon. But
he's,
like,
I mean, this is gonna sound like a weird comparison, but he kind of reminds me the way they edit him to Coach on Tokenshiens, where like at first like you think he's one thing, but then they slowly reveal more and more about him to learn that he's like some completely different type of person that you didn't imagine. Coach, they use it just to reveal like how ridiculous this guy really is. Yeah. But Silas, it's like, behind this like, good Southern guy, he is like a bad dude.
Yeah, he's like it's like the Oz behind the curtain deal with him.
I love like Silas.
Linda even says like, it's only a game. But the "it's only a game" thing like has so much meaning to it when Linda says it, because the way Silas goes about it, it's play nicely, play fair, and Silas is not doing that.
Silas is doing the complete opposite of that. And
Silas is like, would you rather bring the whole ship down with us? And they're like, yeah, we fucking don't like you, Silas.
Yep, you're damn right. But
and I love Silas after he gets the vote. I think that's one of the underrated great scenes of Survivor is, they do the 3 votes on Chip, and he comes back to, and this is when he finally like loses it, and he's like, hey, I just want to know the logic of why y'all vote for me. And he's like, y'all are such full of crap. He's like, y'all always talk about loyalty and honesty, but you vote for me instead of doing what's good for the tribe. And they're like, at this point, they know they're not one of your tribe, dog.
Yeah.
No, I love how douchey that speech is.
Yeah, he says it really shows their maturity. They're like, not I'm like, okay, Silas.
And it's like, I get where Silas is coming from, having seen how the merge happened in Outback, but at the same time, you should also know how to keep your tribe like a tight group of 5 instead of doing whatever the fuck you just did.
Yeah. Well, even Jeff
And then-
Probst points it out in their tribal councils, like, "Hey guys, y'all know if y'all like merge even, you still gotta like have one of these old people with you. What do y'all gotta do about it?" And they're just like, "It'll be alright."
Yeah, it's also like it's not even just the game. It's like, man, how do you like treat people like that? How do you go up to people like,
Yeah.
hey, we all hate you and we're gonna treat you badly, but do what I say. It's crazy.
Yeah, like Silas just treats everybody like garbage, and of course, as we all know, it all comes back to bite him immediately with
One of the
the
greatest episodes.
notable, the first ever swap.
Hey, but real quick, there's not an event in the future that would alarm him. Remember, he's planning on winning this. He's shooting for the stars. He's gonna get there. That's a great confessional. I'm just like,
Yeah, that is a great confessional. Yeah, but
really set your ass
yeah.
up, brother.
I have. Yeah. Do you? Okay. So here's my question for all of you, because I'm sure this is going to come up soon anyway. Do you think they intentionally did that swap because they could screw over Silas, or did they already have that planned beforehand?
I think it was a perfect
both.
opportunity. It was like, all right, well, I think they had it in their back pocket for a while. Like they could have pulled the trigger now back, but they thought it was interesting. And they were like, all right, well, do we want a season dominated by Silas and Lindsay? You know, as good a characters they are, why not humiliate them now? They went for it.
Because if that season did happen, I don't think people would be as much fans as they are now. No way.
You needed Ethan to win the season, but like,
Yeah.
if the stars of your Ethan is the winner that a season airing during 9/11 needed. Imagine if fucking Silas and Lindsay dominate the season till the end.
Immediately after 9/11, and you're into Silas and Lindsay.
It's like these two fuckers. Oh my god.
Yeah, and I think a big thing with that too
Dominated season to the end. That would have been worse than 9/11, I think.
Oh no. But Samburu, they were like outdoing Baran in almost all these challenges also. So I think it was truly possible where production was like, oh shit, it's gonna be 6-4 Samburu, and Silas or Lindsay actually might win. Like I think it's totally possible without the swap, Boran loses the rest of the challenges. So you know, they put it in their own hands. And I underrated, like, I think this is actually kind of sad. Like, it is funny, but it's sad at the same time. Is the once they swap, and you see Silas trying to, you know, do something and make any kind of motion, but he's already been like poisoned, and they're throwing the challenge. And you hear Teresa and Frank shit talk Silas like openly in the fire, and then it just pans over, and Silas is just like right there, having to hear them shit talk.
Yeah, for as much as Silas is like very clearly dead in the water at that swap, he does not give up. He is constantly trying to set up new things. He tries to set up a new thing with Ethan. He tries to do that with Clarence, and obviously those things don't work. And of course, Ethan is of course the one that comes up with throwing the challenge to get rid of Silas. Which of course, you know, Ethan had never thrown anything in his life, so that was of course a big moment there. And yeah, as you mentioned, Teresa and Frank being able to get their revenge on Silas is such a great moment for the season. It was exactly what needed to happen at that point, because my God, if Silas had lasted any longer.
Yeah, Silas has that like damn American Psycho ass smile.
Which you know, I did see a comment on the Reddit, you know, when I was gathering photos for this, and this one person who had no idea of what Silas would go on to do just completely was like, yo, this might seem out of pocket, but he triggers my rape dar. And the next comment was like, yeah, your rape dar is correct.
His middle name is Randolph.
Is
Where'd Chip
Randolph?
come from?
I don't know. I always thought his middle name was Chip.
Yeah, I did too, because I know they, either his first name was Chip and his middle name was Silas. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure his actual name is Chip.
Yeah, he's always wearing the cross necklace. Speaking of necklace, I do like that Silas is still wearing Lindsay's necklace. They're, all their friendship necklaces they make. He's wearing it as they get voted off.
That is a surprisingly, that is like a weirdly nice moment for two very villainous people.
Silas is uncredited in the Adam Sandler movie Anger Management.
Well,
Anger Management.
Jack Nicholson and
No way,
what's
bro.
interesting about Silas, for a little bit of trivia, Silas is he didn't apply to be on the show. What ended up happening with him is Silas was in LA at the time trying to make it as an actor. And if I remember correctly, he was working at a bar. They were doing recruiting. Well, not recruiting. I think they were doing those because you used to be able to. I think they still sometimes do these where someone has a camera and you can talk to a minute, and they'll send it to the Survivor producers.
Yeah,
and I think someone just from CBS or casting was just at one of those things and saw a bartender there and was just like, I think I feel like I've heard Silas say they invited like all the bartenders to just show up to casting finals and they chose Silas. It just worked out. And he was like, yeah, I'd never seen the show or anything like that. And I didn't even want to be on Survivor. I was just a struggling actor and I knew it was an audition. So I went.
But I also got to say, this cast photo might be one of the greatest ever. I mean, just him randomly holding on that branch for no reason.
I do like that in his hat. Like, I don't remember seeing that hat any other time of the season.
It's just randomly there.
They want you to think this guy's going to be the next Colby so bad.
Yeah, he's evil Colby. That was something a lot of people like saying about him. And evil Colby, I see it.
Yeah. All right. Next.
Number 6
is the winner, Ethan.
Ethan Zorn.
Listen. I have him at number 3. He's technically not as like complete or he is a very complete, complex character, but I mean not as much as some characters that I have below him. However, I watched this season for the first time when I was 12 years old, and I was like, I'm half Jewish, and I was like, holy shit, a guy like me could win the game, and that was awesome.
Yeah. Oh shit. What was it? Isn't it Dr. Mike who names his son Ethan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of love that. I kind of love that hair he's got going on in the second one. What the heck was this?
Yeah, for those who aren't watching, it's like the Zoomer like broccoli cut, but also red. It's very, very un-Ethan.
Yeah. What is that?
He's just fucking around and seeing what works.
Yeah. Well, it's just so great Ethan even has hair at this point. I don't know if the people listening, I assume y'all know.
Oh yeah, that is a big deal. Fair.
Ethan's history with cancer. I forget. I feel like it was it skin cancer? Or something like that.
I think it was lymphoma.
Yeah, something like that. But that was a pretty big deal. He lost all his hair, which was a very kind of trademark thing. I think he ended up cutting it all off and donating it, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. But
his hair was a pretty big symbol to him, a very recognizable thing. Because Ethan did become a bit of a celebrity after Survivor. Especially being the first young man to win Survivor. It was a really big deal.
Yeah, he was like a really nice guy throughout the season. He was like obviously, and that obviously made him the big fan favorite. And then he would obviously go on to have a very interesting dating life.
From Amber to Jenna Lewis to Corinne years before she was on Survivor to Jenna
Jenna
Maraska for a
Maraska.
long time, and then
Yeah, they were together for a while.
yeah.
I remember Ethan. He was very unhealthy for a while. I feel like at one point they thought like he could pass away, and I remember at the time of Heroes versus Villains casting, it just like openly came out that they were like, "Yeah, Ethan is not going to be on this season. He is not doing well."
Yeah.
And so that's why it was such a big shock that he was on. He was easily the biggest shock, I think, of that Winners at War cast, unless you want to say Amber. But I think Ethan was even more shocking because many of us that have followed his health journey just assumed that he would never be healthy enough to where they'd even, put a chance of putting him back on Survivor.
Yeah. And like he had been fine for a while prior to 40. And obviously, he's been very much okay since. Which, he attributes to a very special plant that he has Ethan's a weed farmer now.
I know he goes to Burning Man and shit, or at least he did.
Yeah. But it was really funny seeing the COVID photos of him at his weed farm with Parvati and Boston Rob.
There's no way Boston Rob smokes weed. I think he thinks it should be illegal.
I mean, photos of him at Ethan's weed farm. Now he probably only ever has with Ethan.
That's probably
I'd make an exception.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
he was probably anti-weed forever. Smoked it once with Ethan, and he was like, "All right, this shit's good."
Yeah. All right. So now to get to Ethan on Africa.
Yes.
Yeah. I do think. Oh yeah. First of all, awesome. But I do think when you watch Africa, you can see a lot of good strategic instincts by Ethan. Like I think a lot of the best Survivor players aren't necessarily. I think a lot of it just comes down to who you naturally are and how you naturally interact with things. Like I don't think sometimes being a good Survivor player is about actively doing things. Sometimes it's you're just the kind of person that's going to be naturally good at Survivor. And I think Ethan, when you watch Survivor Africa, just is that person. But you also do see a lot of moments where I think are underrated that show that Ethan has the potential to be a great player. Of course, we're just talking about Silas, where Ethan is the Lynn Pinch that once he decides to throw the challenge to get rid of Silas, it happens. Even before the swap, at least the way it's edited, it makes it look like Ethan decides that Kelly and Lex and Tom are going to be the three that go on the special challenge because they think it's a challenge. And we get to see just the way Ethan interacts with people, and he's always in that middle position where everyone wants his vote on stuff, but he never squanders it, which is something that a lot of worse players do. They let people know that they're the one in the middle position. Ethan goes through this whole game without getting a single vote cast against him.
It's very impressive.
Yeah, I think he's
especially really impressive in this era.
Oh yeah. When past votes matter a shit ton too, yeah. So I do think Ethan is a really, really good Survivor player that's pretty underrated in that aspect. And of course, I think he just fits along with Africa so well. I know we were talking about his like parallels to Christ, and I love the he does a lot of falling in those early challenges. Funny enough, but he always bounces back up.
Yeah, no, he falls
big ass ball.
Yeah, he falls like several times on that first challenge. Like that is that could not have been a very fun experience doing that first challenge.
Yeah, that and then the boulder challenge. I know he falls sometimes there, but he always gets back up. And I think that's just something that was always super cool about it. And Silas has this great line where he says, "The nice guy finishes last. That's a fact." which
Bro,
kind of
fucking-
correlates because they're kind of the same position on their tribe in a sense, but the good guy
All of
versus the
the
bad
star.
guy.
It's all the star thing, but
mhm.
that
Yeah.
also just fucking back to Silas for a second. Silas being like, the nice guy. He always finishes last. It's like fucking. Of course, Silas is saying that.
And then Ethan wins. Take that, Silas.
Mhm.
But obviously we're talking about Ethan Player and all that, but really, of course, we've talked a little bit prior to this about how Ethan winning as like really the first true fan favorite winner was so important to how the show would be moving forward. And of course, the scene that obviously makes him be that massive fan favorite is, of course, that one of my favorite segments of scenes, I guess you could say, in the entire show, and that is, of course, the Final 9 reward, where he and Lex go on that little adventure to sell the goats, and they accidentally end up selling the goats to the butcher.
Phenomenal to make the beeline straight to the butcher shop. They go get their French fries, and Ethan runs through Ethan's system, and he has to take a shit, and like that.
Yeah, that was a very funny moment. Fries going, and then of course there's the great moment where he's playing soccer with the hacky sack of the kids.
Yeah. And he gives it to them, and that's just so.
Yeah, he gives it to them. Yeah.
They barely have anything in camp life, and he's halfway through the game. He still has a whole chunk left to go, but it was just so honorable, and he was just so genuinely touched, and the way he talked about the experience was just so genuinely moving, in the way he interacts with kids. And I love, they're all following Ethan around, and I think one or two are hanging out with Lex, and Lex is talking to the kids, and he's like,
they're talking to the kid about Ethan.
Yeah, he's just talking to him about Ethan, because I guess the kid just wanted to talk about Ethan, and he's like, yeah, that's Ethan, in America.
He's a really cool guy there, Ethan. Yeah, he's talking. Yeah, it's great. It's great. And then, which of course, obviously, helped inspire him to make the grassroots soccer charity.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan, we see his humility throughout the season also, which ultimately is what ends up giving him the win at the end. I remember, he, for someone who never gets voted off, he talks about still feeling vulnerable. He's actively talking about the land in Africa itself. That's not our land, and we're the visitors here for 39 days. Not these animals. We're in their home.
Mm-hmm.
And just the relationships he's cultivating with Kim and Lex and Big Tom, and at the end, it seems like he's just truly the last man standing. And like what Teresa said earlier, what is there bad to say about Ethan?
Yeah. I do find obviously the whole Beangate thing. We obviously know that Tom consistently goes after Clarence about it. Ethan also kind of drags it too, like Loki.
Yeah.
Ethan did totally. Ethan also jumped on like the "I'd shoot you" comment. Like he's close to his best Tom there.
He's the one who says
it. Yeah, for sure. Ethan. Ethan kind of jumped on that one.
Huh?
I think he's the one who says that, right?
Ethan says, if you were in the military, you'd be done for.
Mm-hmm.
Or something.
Yeah, he says if you're in the military, you'd be done for, and then Big Tom was like, hell, they'd shoot you. And then Ethan's like, yeah, they'd shoot you. Yeah,
he says they'd shoot you, code red. Something like that.
Yeah, no, they'd shoot you, and then of course Big Tom's like, hell, I'd shoot you.
Yeah.
Because he just had to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like Ethan is almost as bad there.
Yeah, but like
he just gets a pass.
I mean, obviously, I get why he was pissed. It's just like
Yeah.
You know.
It's just like, yeah, the optics of it look really fucking bad. And he was already pretty apologetic and hurt.
Mm-hmm. And again, I don't think, there are definitely choice words you could say about Big Tom's attitude towards the whole thing that don't apply to Ethan. But I don't know. I still find it interesting.
I honestly think a lot more of the hate Big Tom gets is just because he has a southern accent saying all that stuff.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I really do.
Like, if Ethan said everything Big Tom said and Big Tom said everything Ethan said, I think Big Tom would still get more shit.
If Tyson were here, I don't think anyone would care. They're like, if it comes out of, the mouth of some of these other castaways who I think have said equally really fucking mean shit. But others get lauded as hilarious as well.
I like seeing other people cry and seeing their dreams get crushed.
That's too good. That's too good.
Yeah, breaking arms and shit. It's like, okay.
Yeah, Tyson's definitely said shit that they're like Courtney.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you think
Courtney's told someone to break their arm or whatever.
Fucking break her shoulder. Oh, I was talking about when she says Denise sucks at life and everyone talks how funny that is. It's like, if Dan Foley said that would be one of the defining.
Which it is. It is hilarious.
It's funny and fucked up. Yeah. It's not a cool thing to say at all, but it's funny.
Both can be true. Big Tom says that he's it comes off way different.
Yeah.
Even though what's interesting, like we'll talk about more with Tom, is that like really none of this cast dislikes him. They all really like him. It seems like.
And I think that point being made of people have said way worse shit than Tom, but gotten away with it just because of their demeanor. Also, it plays into something we are going to talk about with Big Tom later, about how appearances and perceptions can be manipulated.
We'll get into a lot of that with Big Tom.
Navigate the game. Yeah.
Well, I also just want to say, I feel like saying that. Well, I also just want to say, I feel like saying, they wouldn't get as much shit, blah blah blah. Big Tom also says that Clarence shouldn't do that jive handshake. So
that's the fucked up one.
Yeah.
To me, that was the one that crossed the line more than even the Code Red stuff, because I understand why they're pissed off with the Code Red stuff, but the jive handshake was the one that's like, okay, yeah, this could be going too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one has connotations that get a little like, all right, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll talk about it more when we get to Tom. But yeah, Ethan, I also love, he's approached by Lex and Tom to be in their alliance. And so this really is a guy that, just everyone has this genuine respect for, and it carries him all the way to $1 million. And, he's a cool guy. I don't think he's like a phenomenal personality per se, but he plays his role pretty well. And I do think we get little good moments with Ethan. I remember something that always made me laugh was reading the tree mail for Fallen Comrades, and it's something about like some little rhyming thing saying that they're going to have to take a quiz and have to know about each other, and they all figure out what it's going to be. And Ethan immediately goes, "Hey, so what's your name again?" to Lex, and I'm like, okay. And there's like little fun moments. Like I remember I think this is the merge feast where like Ethan and Lex just start fucking doing the robot for some reason or some shit.
You remember that?
Yeah, they're like dancing together and all that. And of course, I'm talking about
and Lex dance together. That was a nice one. Yeah.
And then I love when they dance together at the on day 38 with the December Tribesmen.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a phenomenal scene. The music, the way it's shot. And honestly, what's fucked up is, Kim is there too, and she's dancing, but she's not into it. Well, at least not physically as into it. Maybe spiritually she is. But Ethan and Lex are like going hard and doing a shit ton of the jumping and more forceful with the dancing, which, they're younger. But part of me is like, damn, maybe that wore them the fuck out for final immunity. Kim preserved all her energy while these two
so true, man.
fucking dance. And speaking of final immunity, this is something we forgot to mention in the conspiracy things. But it's a moment that's foreshadowed on the season, but isn't shown. And we get the family trivia contest, and we learn that Ethan's biggest fear is puking and vomit. And the reason Ethan is the first one off of that final immunity challenge is apparently a cameraman vomited nearby him off camera. And that makes him lose his concentration, and he slips and falls off. Which is funny because, we don't know that watching the final immunity challenge because, of course, it's not captured, and that would really just break the fourth wall. But they still have a little foreshadow moment for that. And I like Ethan talking about how disappointed he is that he was the first one out of that challenge, and now fate isn't in his hands anymore, and he just has to have faith.
Honestly, him losing that immunity challenge debatably wins him the game because he takes Lex and loses. I think if he does win that,
Probably.
I
does.
don't know if I believe that. Like, I think it's close, but I plenty of people think Lex beats anyone, but I don't know that for sure, and I've never gotten a confident read from the Africast about that.
I think he pulls that out.
I think
it could go either way, low key.
I think Lex wins because Ethan can't swing the people over. I think Lex could swing people over. I think Ethan would probably do just as mediocre Final Tribal Council as he did against Kim.
Because because Ethan at FTC is very much not great.
Sad.
I can see it being
we talked about it beforehand, but just the fact that he unironically went into Final Tribal thinking that he was going to get the guys' votes and that Kim was going to get the girl vote, so that the swing vote would be Brandon.
Oh, Ethan.
He thinks that the swing vote will be Brandon, and he openly disses the person that he thinks is the swing vote,
causing the swing vote to vote for the other person. But thankfully that person wasn't the swing vote, because
if he was actually right, that might go down as like the dumbest thing has ever done by the fan base.
I still think that Stephanie LaGrossa jury answer to Bobby John is ridiculous. Or Bobby John's like, "Thank you so much for letting me be on the jury," and then they're like, "Who would you move for the jury?"
Ethan also, he struggles to answer like the 5 characteristics or something you need to have to win this game, or so. Like the only answer I think he does a great job with is just laughing off Tom's question. That's like his best moment.
And Kim Johnson takes the question completely seriously.
Yeah, and another moment that I like from Ethan at Final Tribal Council, I think he says afterwards, in the closing arguments and all that he didn't like Kelly's question about the number and how frustrating it is that she wouldn't just make a decision, But ultimately, Ethan guesses the closer number with like.
It wasn't.
Kim Johnson guessed 3, and he guesses 888.
It wasn't that he guessed the closer number; it's that she could tell he couldn't remember the number, but knew what she was trying to get him to say.
Oh, okay.
I think Kim's was actually closer.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
okay.
It was like the room number from The Graduate.
Yeah.
568.
Dustin Hoffman, bro.
Or maybe he does guess the closer number. I just know that she could tell that he knew.
Yeah, he knew that it was going to be a reference. Okay.
Like, he knew it was the room number to The Graduate, but he didn't know what the room number of The Graduate was.
Yeah. And I've seen that movie, and I like that movie, but I couldn't tell you that shit.
It really is.
So I could probably remember that's someone's favorite movie, but I don't think I'd remember the fucking room number.
I love The Graduate. It is so good.
Yeah, and Brandon Croft is pretty hot.
But yeah, Ethan, love that man. And here we go. Number, we think we're good moving on to 5 yet?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, so number 5 is Clarence.
Clarence
CB. Clarence
He's
Black.
looking buff as hell in that photo.
Did he join the military after Survivor? Right?
Yeah.
I thought
I think
it was
he's still
think
in
my
it.
Wi-Fi's out again.
Oh no. Yeah, Clarence is fucking awesome though.
Yeah.
I want to highlight some of his moments before being gay because ultimately, that kind of colors his character afterwards. Like even in his rites of passage little speech he makes, he says that he came in as the alpha male, the leader, and then immediately it all went to shit once the beams happened. But like, I like Clarence a lot of those opening moments too. He's teaching Tom and Ethan like handshakes and saying this is going to be our tribal handshake, which of course, Tom retracts that.
Of course,
being gay.
Of course, Tom will say that.
Yeah,
a handshake. Would they not? Jesus.
yeah,
Oh,
and
Tom.
mhm. And then I love the war paint stuff too, and which I always found really interesting because I feel like a tribe that was. I feel like as a tribe that could be something you're really into, like like Pagong all painted themselves with paint and mud.
Yeah,
and,
Pagong was like into it, like really into
yeah.
it. Baran, however,
Kucha,
was very much not into it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Kucha had all the necklaces that were matching and all that.
Well, everyone but Dab, yes.
Yeah, everyone but Deb, sure. Yeah, even fucking Samburu, their clique had little something going on. Like, I feel like war paint would actually be a fun kind of bonding activity, and I feel like if the tribe was closer, that would be something that they would have done for fun. And it's just Clarence just ultimately fucks it up like on day 3 and never truly recovers.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for him.
Yeah. They just obviously they just are not at all. Like again, he's like the outsider of the tribe after we have already discussed being gay in detail, which is the main thing you associate Clarence with. It's a miracle that he stays in the game for as long as he does.
Yeah, no, he stays in the game for like another 5 or so rounds after that, which is way more than you probably would have expected him to if you first watched that episode.
Yeah, probably 5 rounds more. Yeah, it is.
And I mean, when I first when you first see that, there's just so much complications surrounding that whole event because what was Clarence's true intentions of giving Jairus? Was he eating too much Jairus? Was he giving Diane? Was he not get them Diane or whatever? But that whole action just causes this complete spiral from everybody on the tribe, and obviously, as we've discussed, they have a right to be mad. I think everybody can agree that they obviously had a right to be mad at the fact that, if Clarence was eating more food than he should have been, that's not good because, you need this food for, to be able to survive. But,
and
obviously
he made the decision by himself instead of something that they thought should be a tribal decision that they all had a vote in, I think was another thing. And I think Lex says something in there that is actually really poignant, where he said, we're at the stage where we're all building trust and we thought everything was all going along, but now we have to start playing the game. Now all of that has backfired and we're going to have to start building trust all over again.
Yeah. Because you just kind of imploded that trust right there. And obviously Clarence tries his best to apologize or whatever, and then of course, we get some comments that are more than a bit divisive.
Yeah. Not good. Ultimately, I do think it is a really interesting scene, really good scene too. I think it's probably one of the best scenes in Survivor because I watched Survivor. Excuse me. I watched. We walked to another room. You know what I did is I opened the DVD player to take out Survivor Africa and put it back in its case. That's what made my dog bark. But oh my god! All right, anyways, with where was I going? Yeah, the reason I watch Survivor is to see these conflicts and how these different personalities all mesh or collude or whatever happens. And I think that is one of the more interesting debates that has ever been on Survivor. And ultimately it doesn't work out for Clarence, but I think the show gives you enough ammunition for you to make up your mind whether that if Clarence was in the right or in the wrong, or even going down the line, has Clarence done enough to redeem himself? And
yeah,
to Kelly, he has, but to others, he's still marked.
Yeah, to others, he's still marked. Yeah,
and again, I wasn't. Again, none of us were there, so we can't make like an accurate judgment. But
yeah, none of us were there starving with him. So
yeah, but I do think that he absolutely tried his complete best after that situation to just try and make things as right as he could.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And
it kept him alive till the merge.
Yeah, I do know they also said, like it's mentioned in the episode, that they think Clarence is gonna just win every individual immunity challenge, which like he did prove to be very capable. He was that like a 4 or 5 hour long challenge before they ultimately
before he dropped.
Yeah, which wasn't even like Clarence. It didn't even go until Clarence couldn't do it anymore. It just went because they were both hungry as fuck, and there was it chicken? It was something that was out there, and Clarence proved to be a man of his word in that instance too. He barely lost rock paper scissors and dropped. It was his ultimate demise, but hey, he could have been an asshole and kept his arm up.
And of course, Clarence also has a lot of, even with the Beangate thing leaning on his shoulder this season, he still has a lot of pretty funny moments throughout the season.
That's hilarious.
Of course, the big one being the whole saga with the chicken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
hell no.
Hilarious.
Oh hell no! You did that. You. I hate you, and you did that to spite me.
He also drops another hell nah when Probst like comes out with the burger and that first individual immunity challenge. and then
say,
it's a
no go ahead.
I love the scene of Clarence taking a shit and then all the elephants just roll up behind him.
Oh god, yes, I remember this. Him.
And he's just like, what the fuck? He kind of like spooks. Which, like, fair enough. Like, that must have been very vulnerable.
Oh yeah, then there's and then there's that other kind of unhinged scene where Clarence is that challenge where Kim Johnson's running around in the thong. Clarence is like walking around with his shirt off, and I don't remember what Big Tom freaking says, but it's something
we got a
really
black
insane.
man in tidy whities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
something like that.
Another Clarence thing I quickly wanted to bring up before we move on, because I feel like we got to move on because it's been like 4 hours already. Preview for how long Thailand's going to be. But in the quarantine questionnaire, I bring this up all the time because it's so funny. When Clarence was asked which former survivor he would love to play with, his answer was Dan Spilo, so that he could beat the shit out of him for being bad to all the women.
This man is just
I don't know if I can repeat the word he used to describe Dan Spilo, but
literally
in the talking with T-Bird,
he gets the pass to say it just because of the context. It's just like, damn, okay, man.
In his talking with T-Bird, with Clarence, T-Bird's talking about how Survivor Africa would be such a great season to have all the castaways come back and play it again nowadays or whatever. And Clarence is like, nah, man, not. He's like, all of us won't be there. And Teresa doesn't get what he's trying to say. It's like, not all of us are gonna be there. Some of us are gonna. One of us is gonna be in jail by then, because I think the news had just broke about Simon.
Yeah, because one of us is gonna be in jail.
Yeah, but shout out to Clarence. I think there was a lot of potential for him as a character, and he still does good, even though he pretty much is just
Mm-hmm.
never gonna win or even get close to winning after day one. But
Yeah,
he's still a great character and a great personality.
He still is very good.
Anyways, a very respectable man, and who do we have next?
Tommy.
Big Tom.
This guy.
Again, elephant in the room. I know this was brought up to me beforehand, but we should briefly discuss why people do not like Big Tom.
Yeah,
because Big Tom's a very, very divisive personality.
you'd
Yes.
find a group that's very pro Big Tom, but I don't think that every group will be very pro Big Tom like we are.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I think he's hilarious. He's complex. He's, again, very interesting. I get why people fucking despise him.
Yeah, I think the first thing is it's very easy to archetype him into the redneck, and I think he is a lot more than I guess a Lane, for example.
Yeah.
There's definitely a good bit more going on with him. I think he's
There's
also
a lot going on with him, but I get
But if you
just can't.
If you are looking at him and saying oh, this is the redneck guy, that's what he is trying to do, and that's his game, which I always thought was very interesting. He knows who he is. He knows what he looks like. He knows how he sounds, and he's like, people are going to make these assumptions about me that I'm stupid because I look and sound like this. Let them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and very smart, very schemy. Again, not only does he, part of the most dominant alliance, straight up, he is. I don't know if he's the best player on the cast, but he's got the makings to be up there.
He is. He does play a solid game.
Yeah. I love the way he talks about stuff too. I do think he's just a genuinely interesting way he phrases stuff. Even when it comes to the strategy stuff, he says, because Lex is bonding with Brandon, and so Tom makes it a point to bond with Frank in kind of a retaliation move, and he says, "If you dance with my lady, I'll dance with yours." And he's got stuff like that all throughout the season, when Lex and Tom get into that fight at the beginning of the finale. We cut to a Tom confessional, and he says, "Lex was always the man to beat. He's winning all these challenges. If you want to be the white horse that runs in front of the pack, of course people are going to take shots at you." And I think he's just one of the best talkers Survivor's ever had. I know a lot can be made fun of. We even get scene in All Stars where people say, "Oh, we can't understand what Big Tom is saying."
Right away,
there's
by the time Big Tom reaches All Stars, it is just a blatant parody of himself, as I've said before. But with how unintelligible he is in All Stars, it does go a bit understated that he is a decent confessionalist on Africa. He's not the greatest confessionalist ever, but he can deliver good ones for sure.
Yeah, he's also hilarious,
which can go one way or the other depending on who you are. I've always been I've never really found him to be insanely top tier level funny, but I've always found him funny. Usually,
his hits hit.
Oh yeah,
the feather in his ass, the him getting drunk on the reward,
drinking the burp and talking to Lex, or Lex has to take Big Tom to bed because he's drunk as fuck.
Yeah, and of course he's a Jew and he won't eat the ham.
Yeah,
this is also I love when he gets the family visit and it's his son, and he's like, I love my son, but I kind of wish it was my wife. Or in my name.
Yeah. What? No, that was All Stars. That was All Stars. That was All
Yeah.
Stars.
Oh, it just is. That's like the funny Big Tom moment to me, though.
Yeah.
His wife is like on the tractor or something. Is like, I have to ride this stud.
Oh, yeah.
'cause,
I
I'm
can't.
missing my
I
stud.
can't ride you this no anymore, so I have to ride this one.
I remember there was a part where Tom says he wants to be in harmony with all animals and people. And,
Well, that's certainly true.
um, yeah, Tom's so fucking funny. I remember one time at Tribal Council, I think it's Jeff Probst is trying to get something out of Tom, and Tom, he's playing up his role like Lex suspects he is, that he's a lot smarter than he actually is. But he's like, Tom, what are you going to
Missed the
what does he
most.
say? Oh, he's like,
Is this-
what else there to
yeah.
do but think here, Tom? And Tom says, well, I got responsibilities. I got to wash these women. I got to sing. I got to dance. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, which does lead me to my next point. But I also want to mention that whole freaking scene where they're talking about what they miss the most at home, and they go to Big Tom, and he says cheeseburger.
He's hilarious.
That point that Funky brought up about the wash and the woman thing, that kind of leads me to my other point where, obviously Big Tom's humor is not going to be for everyone because, there are obviously the scenes of him like pouring water down the woman's, woman's top and whatnot, and slapping Lindsay's butt and whatever. But
yeah, and
a
a lot
of
of it, like
Tom
the
gets away
stuff
with
with the
murder.
women, I think most of it's in good fun since they're all like, I don't think he's making any of them uncomfortable per se.
no, nobody really like.
Seem to be
Nobody really
I've
is like
never heard
shown to be complaining. Nobody is really like shown to be complaining about it. I haven't really ever heard a story of people complaining about it, so I don't really like care about it all that much. Because like if they're like whatever with it, then like I don't really care all that much.
Yeah, and yeah, you see the young women.
Although obviously we do see Kim Johnson get on his case at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, we mostly, if anything, hear about it from Kim Johnson, who I think even has confessionals saying, Tom gets away with murder, but it's all in good fun. We know Tommy's personality, and he plays he's a good old boy. I think he isn't as backwoodish as he'd like you to think, and all that stuff. But
because he there is that scene where he kind of owns checkers or whatever, that one scene.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. They show he's the best checkers player out of anyone there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, back on reasons why people might not like Big Tom. Obviously his comments during being gay. Obviously the fucking jive handshake comment.
Yeah, that's I think the worst thing he says.
Yeah, that one's insane. And even after it's happening, he is still voting for Clarence, which is definitely a thing that happened.
Yeah, on the show they do seem to bury the hatchet. At least on the show, you have Tom say that Clarence has proven himself and that he would consider himself a friend to CB, because I think he calls Clarence CB a lot.
He does.
Yeah, Clarence Black.
True.
That's what he writes on his parchments.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
all of them. Yeah. CB.
Yeah, Clarence helps Tom try to climb that tree for fruit, and Clarence like, Tommy, hell no, you're not getting your fat ass up that tree. And then they end up throwing some shit, and some fruit does fall off the tree and all that. I always thought that was a pretty good scene.
Also, most weight loss ever on Survivor.
Oh yeah, that is true. He lost
37 days out there. He lost
something. Yeah,
80 pounds.
80 pounds.
80 pounds. Something else I want to point out about Big Tom is I think we do kind of see a lot of shades of evil in Big Tom, like even past these comments we were saying. Like his voting confessional for Ethan at Final Tribal Council is so fucking mean and hypocritical.
Oh
to Kim
yeah,
Johnson.
he goes off on Kim.
Yeah, which like Kim did use him as like a punching bag for that whole Final Tribal Council, but like holy shit. And I do think the show does show that Tom can be, as hypocritical as Lex at some point. I think the fight between both of them kind of displays how they, from a certain lens, both of them could be pretty hypocritical and
Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin, really.
Yeah, exactly. They're really the same kind of player in a lot of ways. Yeah. And then of course, I want to mention the boil, which like I think Ethan even calls it evil. Because it's so fucking disgusting, that big ass boil Big Tom has. Ugh.
Yeah, that is a moment.
Yeah, Tom says he's growing a horn to fight off the beast that's yet to come. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, okay then, buddy.
Yeah.
Fucking
So funny.
Big Tom, what a guy.
And Tom like dies on the floor laughing when Brandon and Frank get paired up together for the challenge. And he's saying that, Brandon is gonna be whipping Frank.
He definitely keeps telling Frank.
Brandon's gonna be whooping.
Frank does not think it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some good. Yeah.
A lot of the shit that like even Frank will say, Big Tom will be like, "Damn, that's
that's an interesting one."
Yeah.
When even
But obviously,
when
as
even
we know now, nowadays, Big Tom is woke.
that's still so hilarious to think about.
Well, you're friends with Lex for so long, you're eventually just gonna get woke.
Mm-hmm.
Tom
Imagine
has
how
this
annoying he is.
Well,
Tom
hell,
has
I
this
think
quote.
fucking
Hell.
what? Well, hell, I think I like DEI.
That's wrong.
Wait, does anybody remember? Has anybody ever watched the whole pilot for the Big Tom TV show?
I haven't.
I knew that happened, but I did not watch the pilot.
No, I'm too busy watching Flipped Off, the Russell Hantz house flipper show.
I have not watched it yet, but I really need to.
Yeah, we are 4 hours in and still have 3 characters left, so we still have
real
to.
quick. Let me say my last part.
This season is
episodes.
well, exactly. This season is fantastic. You can just keep going on and on.
Mm-hmm.
Another 10 out of 10. One of my other favorite Big Tom confessionals to end it with is at the tribe swap, and he sees Brandon and Lindsay and Kim being lazy as fuck, and he's like, "What did they think was going to happen? Wood was going to fall from the sky? An Argentinian whale from the sky? Maybe a swimming pool?"
Yeah,
the way the examples he comes up with, I think are just so fucking funny. He's I think he's one of Survivor's best talkers ever. So,
oh yeah, for sure.
For sure. All right, we ready to go to number 3?
Number 3.
All right, number 3 is the last woman we have to talk about, Lindsay.
Oh my god,
she's awesome.
So great.
She looks a lot different there.
Yeah, honestly,
call me Lindsay.
Might be up there for one of the best confessionalists ever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no question. She might be my favorite pre-merger of all time. Like,
yeah,
just that
it's her scooping for me. She's so good.
There.
That whole story that she has of being, really just kind of defining that whole brattiness that whole younger side of the tribe has. And she's, of course, the one that makes the friendship bracelets, and she's the one that's always complaining the most about everything. And
the first thing we hear from Lindsay is when she says, "I started my period. No wonder why I have cramps." Like right when they get off the damn.
Frank did not like that.
Yeah, like I like how, again, Lindsay is very complex to the point where it's like she's so annoying. You're meant to root against her, but yet you feel really bad when she gets voted out.
Yeah, she has a surprisingly heartfelt exit.
Yeah. Yeah, very emotional. Like she's saying, she's like, I could have betrayed my friends and my values, but I didn't. And it's the tiebreaker time, and she's getting up to leave, and Jeff is
Yeah,
like, "Sit
she's
down,
like,
Lindsay. We got to do the revote.
"Gotta do
You
the
got to say your
revote."
piece."
Yeah, we got to do the revote because we know what's going to end up happening anyway, but we got to do it. But yeah, that's what is so great about Lindsay, because obviously she comes off like that, but obviously you can tell that she's one of those people that doesn't necessarily always mean to come off that way, but that's just kind of who she is naturally.
I love how Lindsay in episode 4, before the second tribal council for Semburu, she says something like, "It'll be calmer this time because I'm not getting voted out." Ha ha ha! Like in front of like everybody and all the old members and all that. I'm like, Lindsay, bro.
Yeah, no, she was just going off. And the other great thing about Lindsay is that she's always like going a mile a minute every time she's on screen. She's always keeping it at 100 in her energy level, and then it just goes complete 180 when she just starts fainting, and of course Linda having no sympathy for her at all.
Yeah, that's great.
No sympathy at all for one thing. No sympathy at all for when she's literally passed out.
We talked about that scene, and then I remember Probst asked her at Tribal Council if she thinks she's made any mistakes out here, and Lindsay says that she's a walking mistake. I'm like, damn. And also
man.
her hair is like randomly braided, like in those like last episode or two or whatever. It always throws me off when they show Lindsay with her hair braided. I'm like, oh, no, that happened.
Yeah, and of course, Lindsay, and of course, she is indeed one of 2 women on the cast that have piercings.
Yeah, we talked about that. And another Lindsay moment I like is, it's really interesting too, because the first time it happens is the first challenge they have once the tribes swap is that goat herding challenge. And she talks about how excited she was to see Silas, but then, she had to compete against Silas, and how like kind of hurt she felt that, Silas was like blocking her and doing this and that, even though like she gets they're on separate teams now, but she was like, oh wow, I've truly lost him and all that.
Yeah, no, yeah, she's thinking he's done for. I can never get him back.
Yeah. And then when Silas is voted out, she does that like, Silas is gone. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, she knows she's hooked after that.
Yeah, oh yeah, she's the target for elimination after that, and she's just such a good freaking outer person, and the way her story all comes together, and I think as placing with her being the highest of the mall rats, I do think she is the best one, and just brings out so much out of every character. We've talked about Lindsay so much already because all these characters are all in relation to one another, and Lindsay just brings out so much great stuff in everyone she interacts with.
Yeah, and we another thing that I think we should definitely talk about is that Lindsay, like at the time of this season airing, I mean, we talk obviously Jerry's level of hate on Australia was insane. Lindsay, the amount of hate that was thrown at Lindsay on Africa as well was also insane.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But worth it, I guess. She got into an Eminem music video.
Yep, true.
Real.
Her and Jenna Lewis.
Yep. I think we really should rush through the end of this.
I do want to say one more thing. I love when they have those contestants with that arc where they end up being a little bit of a bratty ass a lot of the time, and then they have that redemption arc at the very end that makes you realize that they're a little bit more complex than they realize. That's always such an amazing character, because we'll see that a couple seasons later as well with Rob with two B's, and a little bit of you also see a little bit in like Jamie in Guatemala. A lot of great characters whenever they do that. Yeah, let's go.
Sure.
Let's go number 2, top 2.
Yep, and or I don't know if top 2 is a good way of explaining it, because we have an exact tie in terms of average and standard deviation, and so we're going to be talking about 1A and 1B, and I separated them based off of placement on the season. So at 1B we have Frank.
That's what happens when there's 4 people instead of 5.
Yeah, it's okay though.
Oh my
Well,
god!
yeah.
Where
3
did
now,
they find
or,
Frank?
well, 3 now because Kyle had to go. But
he left before
Okay.
Frank. Oh no.
yeah, but
We didn't get
I
to talk
mean,
about Frank.
I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory as to why Frank is this high, because oh boy, he truly is something else.
Oh jeez, yeah, Frank. What a guy. I love of course Frank's first interaction where he is just automatically already fed up with his tribe, and he he says they're acting like they're at J.C. Penney's or at the mall. And he's like, "Hello, we're in Africa, not at the mall."
Not at the wall.
But
And of course, the first thing that comes out of his mouth, they ask him, "What branch of the military did you serve in?" And he's like, "I served in the American branch. It's called freedom."
it's so peak. What does he say? He spent 9 months of softness in his mother's womb, and it's all been hard since he's come out.
And there's another, and then of course the comment about Linda being so concrete that she's buried on the Hoover Dam. And then there's obviously Frank is like one of the biggest pieces in the old versus young rivalry, where because Frank is just such a curmudgeon all the time, and he's just constantly wondering why the hell are these people out here. And
yeah,
it's an interesting complex situation, because you feel Frank's pain, but at the same time Frank would probably also be extremely annoying out there as well.
Oh yeah, Frank would be very hard to live with, and he would always be doing the most. And I like how he's saying he wants to stop working to show the younger people what's up, but he's like, I can't do that for to Teresa and Linda.
I have never broken the honor of a handshake. He's
so great.
Yeah.
The greatest line of all time.
And then, of course, the Frank elephant scene where he's like breathing like the elephant and like moving his like arm as if it was a trunk.
It's something special.
Yeah, the elephant just understands him. I don't know what to say, man. The elephant just understands him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's watching that elephant take a dump.
Yeah, he got along with the elephant more than he did any of his tribe mates.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also one of my favorite scenes of Frank is when they don't show this scene on the show, but they only have Lex talk about it in confessional, but it's still so funny to me that Frank literally offers Lex an alliance and Lex just straight up says no.
Man, that's great.
Frank is just so awesome. It's I mean, you bring up the fact that a lot of the online fan base speculates that Frank may be on the autism spectrum, and there's the whole there's a level of respect with reality TV contestants and parasocial relationships and speculating whether or not certain contestants may have certain neurodivergence. I think Marianne spoke about this when fans were like headcanoning, I guess, her as autistic when she isn't. And generally a rule of thumb is don't speculate that stuff. Frank, on the other hand, I'm sorry, Eva, but
Eva. Nah, yeah, no, I think the most damning one for sure is when in the recap scene of where Frank has like these two antlers.
His luxury item, the fucking antlers.
On the right, and he's hitting them together as a sign of going into war battle.
Dude, it's such a peak scene. Oh my god.
And like Brandon is like mocking it afterwards. It's so good, man. Like, who the hell in their right mind would ever do that in front of anybody?
Oh man, I love Frank. And then of course his boot episode I think is it. I really enjoy it too. Like it's pretty obvious Frank's gonna be the one to go, but Frank's talking about he's like he's watching the sunrise and there's all this beautiful music playing. He's talking about how much he's like I actually do love to mingle with people and that he has a beautiful soft sensual side to him. And then he goes on talking about the NRA and liberal special interest groups and stuff. And Kim and Ethan and all them are just telling him to shut the fuck up. And Teresa's just like, Frank is Frank. And I love how Teresa, she knows Frank is fucking screwed. So she ends up voting for Frank also. And she's just says like, Frank, thank you so much for the friendship. And she kisses the vote and she gets back to her seat. And she's like actively like tearing up as Frank is leaving. Because, I think if Frank was down with you, he was truly fucking down with you.
Truly down, yeah.
Like, I gotta respect that.
Yeah. Frank, you were nothing but rude, grouchy, and a poor sport, and the last few days with you have been insufferable. Bottom line, you've been a real downer, and I can't wait to see you gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, and we forgot about the Wagner family reunion, and your last name is Smith. They use this to describe the tribes merging. He's like, imagine you were at the Wagner family reunion and your last name was Smith. And the music actively breaks when he says the punchline to that. Like it actively stops.
Funny. He's so funny. Apparently also Frank is woke now.
Beautiful. He does have like 7 daughters or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
I've heard like both sides of the coin. I've heard that Frank is exactly the same as he is. I've also heard stories about, Frank playing that up. I don't really know what side is actually true, but
Yeah. Just one of the most unique people I think that's ever been on Survivor. Someone who I think actively if I remember correctly, it was his wife that watched the show and he only went on it because he heard that it was going to be in Africa, as he says, and wanted to always go there because that was a childhood dream of his to go there. So he applied to get on this reality show that he didn't really give a shit about. Just he
got on.
Yeah, he got on. Like Mark Burnett knew this was like, who the fuck is this guy? Puts him on the show and he makes it all the final 7. Like, there's no way Frank should ever get that far on Survivor, and he gets as far as he could get, like reasonably on Survivor.
And he was just so uniquely socially inept, unlike anybody else beforehand, or really even after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Frank is Frank, like Teresa says. It's just he's very hard to describe. He really is just one of a kind. Didn't bend to anyone. He showed I know I was talking about the scene where he says he has a soft side and all that, but I think the show does show a soft side, and he's also very spiritually connected to Africa. Not in maybe as an intense way as Linda, but he is really into respecting the land and the animals, and he knowing that there's something bigger out there, and just really enjoys being a part of the process. I love his final words where he just thanks his wife and his daughters, and he has another daughter on the way, like, because I think his wife was pregnant when he was filming, and he says, "Thank you for letting me live out a little boy's dream of going to Africa, and thank you for picking me to be a part of your process and a part of your show." And he can definitely be the grouchy loner, but I think he could be a very sweet guy also. And just he's
and
complex.
Obviously, and obviously, as we mentioned before, his whole thing with Brandon is very very complicated, but also really funny.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, no. Yep. Frank is very much unique.
Yep.
Mhm.
And lastly, the one you've all been waiting for, Lex.
That picture.
Lex with Teresa and Tom. Lex, the punk rocker.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, I was like confused on the picture sizes for a second, but no, we good.
Yeah, it's good. It's all good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can we please make this quick? It is 2 a.m.
Sure.
Listen, I know you want to make this quick, but this is like, listen, I know you want to make this quick, and I'll try to make this quick as I can, but this is my number one after all.
Speak your shit, King.
Funky, can we just let Nope
we're gonna let him speak.
Segment?
We're gonna let him speak his shit.
I gotta let people chime in every once in a while. But yeah, no, I'll let
say your piece. I'll talk when I want to talk, but you say your piece.
So let's start off, of course, with like the beginning. We have this guy, Lex Vandenberg, coming in to Africa with all the punk rock tattoos and whatnot. I love the there's an interview out there with Lex and Big Tom and Johnny Fairplay, of course, on his podcast, and they talk about what Lex and Big Tom's first impressions of each other were. And Lex says, Big Tom first says, "I thought he was a tattoo freak." And Lex said, I thought you were a dumb redneck." And then Fairplay goes, "And you were both right." I think that is I think that is really the best way to kind of look at Lex's character a little bit secretly enough, because as I've kind of said before, there's just so many layers to this guy, and there's so many ways that people can look at Lex's storyline on this season, because every single thing this guy does has layer over layer over layer on what he's thinking about this. Why is his code like this? What does it apply to, other people? Does it apply to only him, or does it apply to the people at large and what he wants them to do? But obviously, he kind of starts off most in the pre-merge being, the dad figure, not like a very insanely big presence just yet, but he's definitely making his presence known on that tribe. And of course, we obviously have the whole Clarence thing where he is definitely kind of against him at the start for a little bit, but it is, even with Lex kind of doing his thing about telling Clarence to vote out, he does respect him by the end, which is definitely a thing to look at.
Yeah, I know I've heard Clarence say before that every conversation he has with Lex is worth it. Like, he always gets something out of a conversation with Lex, which I think is that's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That kind of will go into another point, which is probably the biggest thing that I love about this guy, is that you can ask literally anybody that is friends with, that is like knows Lex pretty well on post show. They'll all talk about how great of a guy he is, and how you really just feel like you are his best friend when you're with this guy. And
I think he's pre All-Stars, he was like the most popular alumni within the alumni. Like, I genuinely believe that.
Mm-hmm.
which is just such an interesting,
those who know
which is
him
just
love
such
him.
an interesting dichotomy of how you are perceived outside of Survivor and how you are perceived inside of Survivor.
Yeah.
And then, because of course we get to the swap. We obviously have, him ripping the Sambus, which is obviously really pretty fun. And then once we get to the merge, that's where things really start hitting, and that's really where things start growing for Lex's story, and that's where we get to his code, or the code of how he lives his life and how he kind of expects people to uphold to that. And obviously there's so many ways you can look at that. There's so many people that will like criticize his code or whatnot and blah blah blah. But it's really intriguing in a sense that his code is very consistent and very contradictory at the same time. There's no real way to look at it completely that is completely right, because in a way, obviously, you can argue that there's a lot of holes with the way that he tries to go about things, but in another sense, there is a lot of consistency in what he does. He will, he always tries to, do the whole thing about, the telling people that they're voted out, because, that's what he thinks is the honorable thing. And, he's always, he always says, "My gut has never failed me."
I love that so much. They set it up so
Ironic.
perfectly. Him meeting dysentery.
Give me a girl that trusts me the same amount that Lex trusts his gut.
I love that Big Tom line where he says, he'll feel like hell if we kick off one of our own team members due to Lex's gut, and that we will have done an injustice to Kelly if Lex's gut is wrong. And yeah.
Yeah, and obviously the Lex and Kelly beef had kind of been brewing up a little bit with the whole scenes like the Uber spoon scene, and
Man.
then of course Teresa cast that stray vote. Lex goes absolutely berserk the next day, talking about how he's gonna cut people's throats and how he's gonna smoke out the snake. It gets pretty crazy. He starts really going off the deep end, and while he openly tells the person that casted this stray vote that he has no suspicion of her whatsoever, he is going around to everybody realizing, let's get rid of Kelly, which is obviously funny because obviously she did not do that, and as well, you're taking out two of your own tribe members in an era of the show where you need your tribe numbers as much as you can. But obviously, his little side plan with Brandon comes into play, and it is really funny because Brandon has that confessional at the beginning of the episode where he's talking about how he wishes he would have casted the vote to Lex, likes to see his ego go crazy.
Oh, that's a great one.
But by the end of the episode, he's connecting with him, and he ends up siding with him because he just does not want. A, they bonded pretty well, and B, he just does not want to be anywhere we're aligned with Frank.
Oh man.
Yes, and then there you had it. Kelly ends up going in a pretty insane episode, but what's also so great about that episode, and what makes Lex so great in that episode as well, is the fact that he's able to go on the reward at Final 9, because that is able to give Lex a little bit of breathing room in his time out there, because he's going so crazy, driving himself mad over this vote, and so the fact that he's able to go on that reward and kind of loosen up a little bit and have this wonderful time with Ethan, with the kids and the hacky sack and the goats and whatnot. It really kind of sets his mind back a little bit. It's kind of
It's nice
easing
refresher.
himself in before he has to do the deed again. And obviously, Lex narrates the whole reward amazingly. Lex is, in my opinion, the greatest narrator the show has ever had. Top tier confessionalist.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Yeah.
Like when they go to the Masemari later on, him and Big Tom.
Yeah.
It's so great. Well, he gets to have all these great experiences, but it's elevated because Lex is just such a great talker.
Yeah.
I love, he says something at the Masemari in the sense of there's nothing more dangerous than a desperate animal. When, him and Tom are watching the, like, all the nature shit going on. And I was always like, wow, that's such a great quote that really, like, I think shows a lot on Survivor also. There's really nothing more dangerous than a desperate animal.
No.
Yeah.
Lex does such a great job of just setting the tone of a scene to me and tone of an episode, which, he is kind of our main character, but you really, I think he really dictates a lot of the tones of these episodes and scenes in a way that other characters can't do, just because he's just that expressive and great as a character.
Yeah, and he's able to paint such a great picture of everything that's going on. He's able to describe so many things in great detail that a lot of people are not really as able to do as well, which is a lot of the reason why he gets, the biggest edited, the most confessionals, is because he is such a great confessionalist and he can describe what is happening so perfectly. There's a lot of great confessionals with Lex about, what Survivor is like as a game, and I love, one of my favorites is when he's talking about how, really on Survivor they're creating a society, and then as they build that society, they're also having to burn down that same society as the whole thing goes forward. And so then we get Kelly going, which is obviously the big turning point. And then that's really where things, with Ethan and Tom, we start not trusting him because he starts getting really connected with Brandon, and he really wants to, have Brandon around as a number. And Ethan and Tom don't like that because, obviously Brandon flipped on their tribe. So why would he, should they trust him? They're not going to be connected with them. But then obviously they end up undermining Lex there that round. They all make sure that Brandon goes, and Lex just tells them straight up, listen, I just can't vote with you guys this round. I have to vote for Frank. which is obviously another thing people will point to as, like, the big hypocritical moment where, Lex gets really mad that somebody cast a stray vote against him, but will cast a stray vote for Frank or whatever. But like I said, there's so much contradictory, but also so much consistency, because I think what's really important to kind of get at is the way Lex goes about his life. He wants everybody to be upfront about what they're doing. And if you really look at it, Lex was upfront about, telling people that he wasn't going to vote Brandon out that round. And meanwhile, the other Teresa obviously was not upfront, which was obviously the smart move. But that was just something that's just the way that Lex lives his life, and that's the way he kind of expects people to do it as well, which I find extremely fascinating. So then that's really where Brandon ends up going, and then of course we have, as I've talked about before, Lex's hilarious hatred of Frank. He just gets so sick of him after they're dealing with him forever, and he has the great scene of obviously I've talked about the great scene of Lex just openly saying no to Frank, offering an alliance. His open cringing at Frank's liberal special group talk.
Oh man, so good.
Yeah, we get great scenes out of that, and and then of course there's his dynamic with mainly Big Tom. He has a good one with Ethan. He has a good one with Ethan too, obviously on the reward. But his dynamic with Big Tom is also very fascinating because, as you guys have mentioned before, Tom is constantly trying to get rid of him without being responsible for it, and Lex kind of does the same thing a little bit too, but Tom definitely does more of it, which causes a lot of friction to boil up, and eventually it all shivers at Final Five, where Teresa spills the beans, and that's really when Lex. And then afterwards, after Teresa goes home, Lex and Tom get into that big fight about loyalty and trust and whatnot, which is interesting because they are kind of making the same point as they're talking about it, but they also don't necessarily realize their arguing is basically just them doing the same thing that they're accusing the other person of doing.
I'll tell you right now, you're wrong.
You're right now, you're wrong.
I already shook your hand once. I don't need to shake it again. It's such a great underrated scene, and what a scene to start a finale too with. My goodness.
Yeah, no, that's really like the first time it's really like the first time in a start of finale where you get something that brutal throughout. But yeah, then we there's also other great rewards. We talked about the Lex and Tom reward already, with the balloon and the safari and Tom getting drunk and all that. And then of course Lex obviously has a fantastic reward at the AIDS hospital. He's able to paint a great picture of that one as well.
Wins the Chevy Avalanche.
The Chevy Avalanche. Those were the days.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and another thing with Lex too is like we get a lot of content there where the other castaways are like upset that Lex keeps like winning everything, because there is like a streak of episodes where it feels like he wins like every reward in immunity. So he really is kind of built up, as Big Tom says, as the man to beat. And like
sure.
Ethan knows it, Tom knows it, that I think it's all kind of boiling up to a point where they know, all right, Lex is going to be at the end and this is his game, and it just ends up he just falls just a little bit short and gets that coveted final juror spot. That I think a lot of the feelings that people have towards final jurors is kind of perfectly emboldened, encapsulated, yeah, that's the word, by Lex. The two before him are Rudy, who, huge fan favorite, playing people want to win, of course, but he wasn't viewed as like some kind of big strategy guy, and great player. And then the next one was Keith, which like LOL. Like Lex is like one of those examples you constantly hear, along with like Rob Cesternino and Johnny Fairplay, about like, oh, the best player always gets third place. Which, I don't know if I subscribe to that mindset, but like with someone like Lex, I do see why that mindset is a thing that a lot of fans have.
Yeah. Lex really just is the epitome of what it means to be the final juror, and it is insane that he's only my number 4 final juror.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What are the best placements? I think just character wise, those people that just end up falling short, and especially those that try so damn hard and seem to do everything right, and it just doesn't click at the end.
I have him behind Rudy, Ian, and Fairplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. But that is a very good point, because Lex's strategy is often kind of talked about a lot as very divisive as well. And it's kind of weird because obviously he had his flaws, being his massive paranoia and whatnot, but there's a lot of things that he does that are very good that a lot of people kind of just don't really talk about as much. Like obviously people talk about like Brandon being an idiot voting with them, but the fact that Lex was able to get Brandon to vote with them in the first place, I would argue, is pretty impressive. Start as I've mentioned before, and he's able to win a lot of clutch immunities against people like Ethan, who are like actual athletes in their real life, which goes to show how big of a threat he was out there. And yeah, then we get to Final Four, where obviously the infamous tiebreaker, which Lex answered with the question of which woman the cast have piercings, and they say they were mainly going on jurors, which I think that was what they were trying to get at. So the answer was Kelly, but Lex also answers Lindsay, which was revealed after the season to be also a correct answer. And obviously, I'm not completely sure what would have happened had that continue. Because obviously, we kind of talk about, if that goes there, then Kim probably goes there. But we're not sure. Maybe Kim still could have won that challenge. Who really knows? But yeah, and I do think it also says something that, as we've talked about, the fact that they vote out Big Tom over Lex is something that is pretty interesting, because it does show how much Big Tom was doing as well. But then we get to, of course, Final Three, where Lex's gut, the thing that he trusted the most in this game, decides to fail on him the previous night, where he gets the thing that he warned about in his first confessional, the good old amoebic dysentery, where you start puking and crapping your guts out. And Lex was indeed puking and crapping his guts out that night. So when we get to that final challenge, I will say, the fact that he stays out there longer than Ethan is actually pretty impressive, considering how sick he was. But
oh geez, isn't it still like a 5-ish hour challenge or something like that? Like they're up there a while. And I think they said the temperature was like 104 degrees. Jeez.
Only 104?
Yeah.
Only 104, yeah.
Maybe it should.
I mean, I know I remember some seasons getting to like the 120s.
Yeah. Oh geez.
Yeah,
wild stuff.
Yeah, because that had to have happened on a season like one of the Cambodia seasons or something. Because I know that place.
I know Guatemala was. I feel like when they did that, like the challenge where Stephanie talks about a pick, that was like 115 or something. Ugh.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, and then of course he loses the final immunity. Kim Johnson goes on the magical 2 challenge streak. Votes him out because he thought of himself as the more as deserving more. And there we have it. He goes out, final juror, and yeah, I would say really the biggest reason in my opinion as to why I'd have Lex as my one is just mainly because I think that he is the most fascinating person to ever be on the show, in my opinion, at least. Just not only because he is like the exact type of guy that I would easily get along with in real life, but he's also just the way, of course, that I mentioned before, the whole code and his gut and the in many different ways that he goes about running around this game is really unique and in a way that nobody has ever done before, and certainly nobody will ever do again because of the whole way that the show is played now. With
Yeah.
with the whole meta of you can't tell people they're going home because then they're gonna try to flip the vote.
Yeah. I really, really love what Lex brings to Africa. And like it's just so great that we have someone like Lex that's been on television. So like especially on this network TV show. I don't think a lot of people get to see people like Lex, the tattooed freak, but he's a phenomenal father with a wife that really loves him. I love the family like video chat challenge they do, and we see how much he loves his wife and kids and what they know about each other, and his wife's all cute and all that. And what Lex brings to this show is like, I really think his whole philosophy on life and the game is just really interesting, and anytime he opens his mouth, I'm just naturally drawn to hear what he has to say, whether I agree with it or not. He's really just truly his own man, one of a kind, and one of I think the greatest personalities Survivor's ever had. And I put him on a television show that has to this grinder pressure cooker, and it's really interesting to see how his paranoia, his thoughts processes, and the way he wants to maneuver through this and his politicking and stuff like that. Just it's one of the most interesting characters we've gotten to follow throughout the whole game in every episode. So big shout outs to Lex from me also. One of my all-time favorites for many of the reasons you've said.
Yeah, no question. Just so elite. There is never going to be a character like Lex on this show ever again, most likely. And
he's just so singular.
Yeah. There's just not really a way that you could really go, and there's, especially in today's day and age, the way they'd probably edit a person like Lex nowadays is just either only show one side of his personality, or they just make him a game bot.
Yeah. Just these early seasons, they do such a good job of having these very nuanced, layered characters. Like, I know we were talking about it with, pretty much all these characters here, but, even people like Frank or Silas or Lindsay, I don't think of just one characteristic or one primary emotion when it comes to a lot of these characters. They embody the human experience. And
you don't always have to agree with the guy, but he is certainly a unique one.
Yeah. And then if we want to get to our closing statements.
Yeah. I don't know if Mike has anything to say, but
I mean, I Survivor Africa, great season. I don't know. I feel like everything that we could have said about this season has been said.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. It is truly a shame that, this season had to happen after 9/11 and stuff, because this season could have easily been as big as the other two.
Mm-hmm.
I am glad it's
what would have came of it.
Yeah. I am glad its reputation, I think, in the Survivor community has grown through over the years. For a long time, it was, of course, being the shadow of 9/11, but plenty of discussions online said, oh, this was the boring season. It's just people starving and this and that. Or there are plenty of people that even criticize Ethan as a winner, saying, oh, he didn't do anything but just be at the right place at the right time and stuff like that. Which, I to me, Africa, I think, is one of the all-time triumphs of Survivor. It's I think a very spiritual season. It's very deep season. I think the characters have a lot of things going for them, a lot of edge, a lot of great dynamics. I love the score. You know, as someone who's really into movies and music and art, Africa is just one of the greatest products of art that um I think I've ever seen on television.
Yeah, I do want to. Yeah, I do want to say Russ Landau's scores were always just so good.
Yeah, and to me, this is his crowning achievement is this Africa score.
Yeah,
The
sure.
na 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 and all these other great pieces that I just play in my head a lot. And even when I think of the continent of Africa, and I don't even have to be thinking about Survivor, I have a lot of these scores just in my head. It's phenomenal. It's very spiritual, and you know, overall, and it ends on a very heartwarming note to me too, which is not something I could say about a lot of seasons. And I don't necessarily think a season has to end on one, but it's cool that we get some seasons that you can end and be happy. And I still remember that final vote. Ethan jumps out of his seat, fist pumps, does a whoop. Kim Johnson stands up and claps, smiling. The whole jury is happy, and that's special. That's some cool stuff. So shout out to Survivor Africa. To me, one of the handful of seasons I'd say is perfect, and I wouldn't want to change a thing about. So good.
For sure. For sure. Yeah. I mean, this season is just so amazing. I think I have it as like number 3. I think, I have it as my number 3, only behind Pearl Islands and Vanuatu, but it's all very close. I could see any of them. I could see any of them making a run at it.
I think it's my number 5. Yeah, it's my number 5 behind Pearl Islands, Borneo, Palau, and Gabon.
It's my number 3 behind the original Survivor and Marquesas. So, and sometimes it even like this last chronological watch through I did, I even thought, oh wow, this might be better than Marquesas. Then I watched Marquesas and was like, okay, I think I slightly prefer it. But Africa gets better every time I watch it. I always feel like I find a new angle to appreciate it from. And I hope everyone that's listening can too. And thank y'all for chilling with us for as long as y'all did. Please go ahead and join the Discord.
5 hours,
talk your shit with us. Oh my gosh, these are just getting longer and better.
Longer,
enjoy your car rides,
oh
enjoy your commutes.
Thailand is gonna be oh boy.
This is gonna be hell. I feel like this might be hell on earth to get uploaded.
It'll be fun.
Oh well.
Yeah. Thank y'all. All the links. Thanks for hanging with us. And
have a good night.
Love.
Peace
All
and
right.
love.
Good night,
Good night,
have
guys.
a great night, everybody.
Yep.
All right. Later.